certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Our 11th year of this shit. Welcome to the program. I'm Aaron. Johnny's here again for one more morning. Not like Matt, one more morning. I mean like this week, one more morning. Not like the way Matt was here for one more night. You guys were incredibly generous to Matt, by the way, yesterday. Thank you very much. Nice little severance package for old Matt. And the show didn't do too bad either. So thank you guys so much for your support. Now, it is controversial whether or not we took our biggest L of the internet age yesterday. There was Taste Fairy Ialto in the chat saying that... It was really funny. He goes, no, Aaron, I remember a lot bigger ones a couple of years ago. And I'm like, that doesn't make me feel better. He's like, no, you fucking sucked that hard before. And it's like, I don't remember. It's kind of like when you're trying to tell a stranger a story about yourself, and then someone who knows you is there, and they go like, oh, no, don't you remember that one time you looked like an asshole? And you're like, shut the fuck up. They don't know about that. But I don't know. 190 was a big L yesterday. But I have to say the evening show audience has been fucking crushing it, guys. Thank you very much. Basically keeping us in the black, the evening show audience. So thank you. Morning show people, you've had a nice break. We've missed by a combined $340 in the first 2 days of this week. And the evening show audience has made that up, and we appreciate that. So I think today's the day that you guys, guys feel like contribute. We gave you a couple days. You guys took a couple days off. You got a nice vacation from this lovely morning show making any money. So let's go ahead and knock it out today. 340 is the number. Let's go ahead and do it, and let's make it a big win for the toe. Triple N says, how much did the dullard take home? 200 ended up being the final cut. 200 was the number, so it was a big day for Matt. So let's not miss today. Otherwise, we're all going to feel like it's our fault, and we're the worst in the world. So 340 is the number. Chris in the PayPal, Chris in the Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and let's have a great show today. Johnny, people were writing in last night saying you didn't do a show yesterday.
Yeah, I had a thing I had to deal with my medical insurance stuff with the government, and it was a giant circle jerk and a waste of time that took 3.5 hours. So I have to do more stuff today, but I'm planning to be back and doing a show today.
I'm gonna tell you this. You know what happened, and this happens in life all the time. You cocked off yesterday.
What did I cock off about?
That's what do they call it? That's God intervenes. You were talking about, how we got our fucking ass reamed yesterday, and you went, well, on my show, we're way ahead. And then you ended up not being able to do a show yesterday. That happens all the time. That's exactly what happens.
Okay.
You cock
I'll
off.
take
and
your word for it.
You cock off, and God just goes, fuck you.
So what do you do where you forget to put your camera screen up? Is that just didn't sleep in?
That is a remarkably passive-aggressive way to ask me to hit start virtual camera. You could have said, Aaron, could you please hit start virtual camera on OBS?
No, I didn't feel like
and then you could have said, and then you could have saw, and it would have been fine. But instead, you got Jewish on me, and you went, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with the cameras that they're not working today? That you don't go do? Did you perhaps forget to hit them? Is that better?
That's better.
I'm sorry that I'm not up to snuff again today. I thought I had it all figured out, and now I'm just an asshole. Los Federales with $2 says, the fuck happened to my wrench again? A while back, I cleared out the wrenches and I started handing them out new. And then as people lose wrenches or whatever, what we're going to do is just start suspecting that the newest person we gave a wrench to did it. And then we're going to clear them out. So thank you for the $2. Canadian, of course, for getting us started today, Los Federales. Go ahead and follow Los Federales and just throw a bunch of money at the toad today. Klopogram says, Aaron did give Johnny permission to do a show. Right, I did give you permission yesterday to do a show. And then you just, you said nope. Somebody, too, says, God's been fucking with Johnny every day now for a while. I'm sure he's used to it.
He does get to decide whether he wants to, turn the notch up or
right.
down. On
That's what I'm saying, and it's usually is based on what you've said or what you've done. So, he's got a sick fucking sense of humor. All right, guys, plenty to do today. Yes. We will go through the Omnibus hearing and the fucking disaster that was. We're not going to do that right away today. We're going to wait a while. We got a couple of things I want to get to first. Joe Rogan, J.D. Vance, Tiffany Henyard, some other things. And then we'll take a look at that Omnibus. And goddamn, man, I'm almost impressed at the dishonesty level over there. I mean, it's remarkable. I've seen people lie. I've lied. We all lie, right? Everybody lies. Even the great and wonderful Jerry lies. So lying is, sometimes people get backed into a corner. They might, tell a little fib to get themselves out of it. It happens. Look, none of us are saints. Nobody's Christ. But I will say that Nick's ability to tell a lie every time he opens his mouth is almost something that needs to be studied. It's incredible. April had her Omnibus hearing yesterday, and she's never here. I never see her. It's like, I tell you, I've seen her in a long time. She's right down in the Baldo bunker again, and he's right there. He's right there setting up the audio right there in the video. It's wild, man. And it's like, how many times do you have to get caught lying before? When you get caught lying all the time, there's one of two things you have to do. You have to learn how to lie better, or you have to stop lying. You can't just keep.
I'd say it's probably the second one.
Really, I don't care. One or the other. Just pick. All I'm saying at this point is pick one. When every time you open your dumb yap, a lie tumbles out effortlessly. And I don't put two and two together. If you're the people around him, don't you look at that and go, oh, good Lord, when's going to be my time? What is he telling the truth about? Spoiler alert, nothing. So that was a very funny part of the Omnibus. And then, and we'll get into it later, I'm sure you saw it, Johnny. It went to complete shit.
Yep.
I mean, we're going to start it up at about the 3-minute mark later today, because the first 3 minutes are just like everybody coming in, and, I'm not going to put April on the screen and have, because people are saying fucking really horrible shit, really nasty things about her appearance and stuff. There's no need for that, because I think the real story of the hearing was the peanut gallery decided to make, people use the word make a mockery of the court. This was more than that. This was more than just...
This was several mockeries of the court that came in a clown car. And
This was a little Volkswagen Bug, and just mockery was pouring out of it as the doors opened. Oh, my God. Like, I felt bad for the judge. I felt bad for everyone involved. I mean, just because you have to remember, if you're in on a Zoom call court thing, that they treat it exactly the same as being in the gallery of a courtroom. Same concept. You interrupt, you can be found in contempt of court. And, oh my God, it was just like, it would be like if you went to court and there were, 15, 20 people in the peanut gallery and there's 2 or 3 guys just yelling shit out the entire time. They're just going, yo, bullshit, like they're at a fucking baseball game. Like, you suck. Go to the bullpen. You're an asshole. Like, it's just a courtroom. A bailiff would be there to physically remove you immediately the first time you had an outburst. But in the Zoom world, and especially in the Zoom world in Candy, Ojai County, it's a little boomery. And they just kind of, did you notice, was it weird for you when you watched it, the amount of times that they just kind of let it go and didn't mention it?
Yeah. I was weirded out that it even happened in the first place. I'm like, haven't we learned our lesson yet?
Right. And then you have, like I said, you have people just blurting shit out and nobody acknowledging it. It's just, fucked it, Minnesota 6. And they're just like, okay, anyway, continuing on. But like that would never happen in a courtroom. You'd never be like, the defendant's a whore, Your Honor. And then, okay, well, anyway, defendant, how do you plead? It got awkward.
Can you tell us where you were on January the 6th? Show us your tapes. Like, just...
It was bad. So we'll get to that a little bit. We'll get to that a little bit later. A lot of people with thoughts on it already. People are talking about, annoyed Wawa supervisor Nick's lies on Twitter yesterday about, Nick puts himself in these spots where, and I'm sorry, I know the guy, he puts himself in a spot where you have to look at it. It's uncomfortable. Like confronting liars who won't admit that they got busted lying is always awkward because there's an element of gaslighting in it where you're like, motherfucker, we caught you. We know. And they insist on going, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? And you're like, dude, it's right there. Stop struggling. You've lost. You got caught. And they're like, I didn't get caught. Just like, eventually you have to throw your hands up and go, all right, we're moving past this motherfucker. Guys, did you see how bad he lied? And they're all like, yeah, he fucking lied really bad. So the ability to just push past the lies and just to get to the next one is almost impressive in a way. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, he tweeted she didn't have a studio to attend the hearing from.
You can use your phone.
I go to therapy on my phone. Like we have a Zoom meeting and we talk to each other and we look at each other that way. People go to Zoom meetings on their phone every day for work. It's fine. It works great.
We've done plenty of stories where people do Zoom meetings on their phone. Hell, I've done one where a guy went to a court hearing for driving without a license while he was on his phone driving. Did
they ever find out, like, because there were rumors that guy, that it was a mistake and he actually did have a license and the court kind of fucked him?
I don't know.
But anyway, the whole, it's funny to me, the amount of lying. And it's impressive to me, the amount of just pushing past the line. Of course, the LawTube guys were all on together yesterday talking about this. And they not let it slip. They revealed yesterday that when Nick was using all of these lawyers to build a big show and get a big audience by putting 10 lawyers on at a time for these trial streams, remember, Nick made the mistake of thinking he's a good broadcaster when in reality what he was a good program director. He was a good behind-the-scenes guy. The concept of putting all these lawyers on a screen is a great idea. It's just as a personality, you have the talent of a dad joke. And you took a couple wrong turns. I guess that's kind of an understatement to say you took a couple of wrong turns. But the LawTube guys, Nate the lawyer, Andrew of Legal Mindset, they were on yesterday and they said, yeah, he used to promise people money. He used to promise he'd give them a cut of all these super chats that were coming in, and they never saw a dime. So they said that kind of broke up LawTube, the fact that, surprise, surprise, the lying liar who lies lied and said he would pay them and didn't pay them. And look, you don't have to pay your guests when you do streaming. You know, a lot of people don't pay their guests. It's totally fine. It's totally acceptable to go, hey, I have a big channel. You're getting paid in exposure. It's a shitty kind of a thing to do, but if you're in the power position, you can do that. It's a thing. Well, apparently he told some of these people that he would pay them, that he would give them something, and he never gave them anything. That is a remarkably, that's a shitty thing to do. So we'll get into all of it. I'm sure people's super chats and stuff, when we start talking about it, they'll have points that they want to make and questions that they'll want to ask, and we'll get to all those because there's going to be a lot of stuff I missed because, like I said, I didn't dive in to a lot of this stuff yesterday, just basically during show prep, because it just, for a lot of people, it's funny, it's hilarious, and I get it. It is, believe me. But also for me, it was a period of time in my life that sucked and was awful, and I was exposed to a lot of shitty things about human beings. And
hepatitis,
amongst other things. It was from fish. Like Evander Holyfield had against Michael Moore. But I don't like to overconsume it, if you will. I know I have to for my show. I know people want to hear about it. It draws a crowd. You have to do these things for your audience. They want to hear your take on it. So I do it. But as far as like private life goes, I don't like to expose because it is. You're just watching a spiral and you're watching an implosion. And if you didn't have anything to do with it, you were never there for it. It's hilarious. It's funny. It's a Gawker slowdown. It's watching a car accident. Sure. But for me, you're just like, you're watching people you used to know just completely destroy themselves and seemingly giddy about it.
Yeah.
And it's like that's not as, like, I'm not somebody like, I get what I found out was I have a level of Schadenfreude that I'm cool with. That I'm like, oh, this is fun. There is an amount though where I go, enough. Like you can stop kicking it. It's dead. Like, believe it or not, I, of all people, have a moment of beating an actual real life horse where I go, all right, he's dead. Leave it alone. It's this is horrifying to watch. But that's me. Let's go to Nick the Milkman with $5. He says, first time I've caught the show live for a while. Good morning, fellow homos. Good morning, Nick the Milkman, and thank you for the $5. Trucker 18-wheeler with a $4.99 says, behind in chat, but bye, Matt. Oh, wait, that was yesterday. Yeah, you're a little behind. You're a little behind for that. 3:35 away from today. We've taken two big dicks in the ass. Let me finish that sentence. The last two mornings here on the show, we've been losing by a lot. So if you want to throw in, please, we would appreciate that. Let's get it knocked out early and make us feel good again. Because today, even though we've been making it back in the evening show's been doing great, and this is the positivity era of Steel Toe, I'm going to start to think it's me pretty soon. It's hard not to. We all remember over the weekend, Joe Rogan had Donald Trump on his show.
Yeah.
And it went very well. It's got over 40 million views on YouTube. It's got even more views on, I'm sure, Spotify and other platforms. It did very well. A lot of people watched it. And the reviews that I've seen, I was prepared Friday when I listened to it to hear the media go, oh, well, Joe Rogan just enabling Trump, and Joe Rogan, the fucking Republican, and just let Rogan run roughshod, and he supports Hitler. And really, the reviews of the Joe Rogan Donald Trump thing, to me, ranged from meh, whatever, to it was a good show.
I mean, the usual suspects did the we fact-checked and here's where he lied this many times like stuff, but
I'm sure they did.
no,
I'm sure they did.
not a lot. I think most people got way more focused on the Tony Hinchcliffe thing, and that was everyone's big thing. That, like, in a way, Tony Hinchcliffe kind of stole the spotlight from Joe Rogan.
Yeah, and I wonder, but sometimes I wonder if that's not intentional by the media, because they maybe their plan was to talk about the Rogan interview, but it went really, really well, so they went, we got to find something else.
And Hinchcliffe gave him something else.
And then they grab onto the Hinchcliffe thing, because then they can go back to, because they've decided that their big October surprise that's going to get Kamala Harris back in front of Trump again is Hitler, 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 which it's nice to see the media and the Harris campaign go with a new strategy,
right,
because
they've never tried that before.
We've never seen anyone try comparing Trump to Hitler before to try and jump ahead of him. And it I'm surprised, because it seems like a strategy that would work so well. Like there'd be no way, if you were trying to call this guy Hitler for the last 8 years, you would have realized that it failed by now and you would stop doing it.
Right. If you'd been smacking your face against that wall, it's easy to see it's not going to work and move on.
Exactly. So, they just started this new Trump is Hitler thing, and we're really waiting with bated breath to see how it goes. So Rogan has him on. It goes very well, and people start asking Joe, hey, fair question, when's Kamala coming on? When are you having Kamala Harris on your program? And Joe revealed that not only has the Kamala thing not been worked out, but that J.D. Vance has already agreed to Joe Rogan's terms to go on his show. And now J.D. Vance is going to be on this week. So Donald Trump last week, J.D. Vance this week. The Trump camp. One thing you got to say about the Trump campaign is that they have been the quote-unquote hipper campaign. Trump's been on the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Barstool, Rogan, Theo Vaughn. The Undertaker's podcast, which it seems silly at first, but when you realize, Donald Trump was heavy into WWE. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame, for God's sake. So he's known all these wrestlers for decades now. So Trump's been making the podcast rounds. Kamala Harris really hasn't. What did she do? She did that was Gretchen Whitmer. I was going to say she did the Dorito podcast. That wasn't her.
That was Gretchen Whitmer.
What is it, Kamala? What were the? There was a podcast.
She went on the what is it? Call Me Daddy podcast.
You know what? That's funny, because I was just thinking of what that podcast was. I was about to say the Two Broke Girls podcast. Something totally different. You're right. Yeah, the Call Me Daddy podcast.
And the best part is her audience got pissed. Because they're like, dude, we don't do political shit. We're here for stupid, empty-headed fucking sex talk stuff with the hot blonde chick. We don't care about who the president's supposed to be.
Oh, so they did.
And then the other half of her group went, you had the president on, and you didn't ask her any hard-hitting questions. Way to be a total mouthpiece. So nobody in her audience was happy. They were either pissed that she did it or pissed that she didn't do it well enough.
That's not a fair criticism of the Nelk Girls. No, what do they call her daddy podcast? That's not a fair. They talk about sucking dick all the time. Like, they're not going to ask hard-hitting questions about tax policy and immigration. They're whores, and they talk about whore things. So she went on a whore podcast. Just be lucky they didn't ask her, like, what's the deepest dicking you've ever taken? Just be glad she didn't ask that. That would be something that Trump might ask if he goes on that show. So I'm just wondering, biggest cock, each one of you, and have you ever been DP'd? Just a question.
It's just I think it's just the one lady that hosts it. So.
Oh, it's not two?
Yeah, you keep calling it them. No. The clips you're thinking of were just her and Kamala always sitting together.
What's the show? I'm thinking of a girls' show where there's two girls and they just talk about hoe shit all the time.
No idea.
Uh-oh. I know too much about women's podcasts. People are going
more than I do.
Yeah, people are going to get upset with me because I'm not supposed to know that. Trampling at the Zoo with $1 says it has to be difficult watching three people you used to sleep with self-destruct. Usually, you only have to watch one person you slept with self-destruct. Clopogram with $1 says, Johnny, are you feeling rough today, buddy? Because you are looking a bit like a corpse, no color in your face at all? Wow.
Yeah, I had a screen up, and it was kind of washing me.
Good morning, Johnny.
Yeah. Damn.
Hey, Johnny, just as a friend, just want to let you know, you look like shit, bro. Oh, shit. Chips and Diff, I asked, what's that other women's podcast where they talk about sucking dick? Chips and Diff says, Steel Toe Morning Show? No, that's the other one. That's the other one. Yeah, nobody knows the podcast I'm talking about.
Two Brokeback dudes? I don't know.
Yeah. Suicide Jockey says, Aaron, that's any women's podcast. Oh, thank you, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Yes, I knew if I saw the name, I'd know it. You're thinking about Guys We Fucked, you hot dish titted nothing, respectfully, of course. Yeah. I didn't read the whole comment before I said thank you. That's very nice of you. Hot dish titted nothing. Have I mentioned that my weight's been going down lately and I feel really good about it? You know why I'm not mentioning it now? Because hot dish titted nothing I know is going to bring me right back to around 223, 224.
You got to stop eating your feelings.
That's, they say that, but it's hard.
They taste so good.
Let's go to Trucker 18 Wheeler. Says, don't you know every Republican is Hitler for $4.99?
Yeah, that's the point that like Megyn Kelly made at one point. She's just like, if you've been a Republican, you're used to your opponents being demonized and pretty much being called Hitler.
Yeah, she said that on Bill Maher's show.
Yeah.
She said, yeah, if you're a Republican candidate in the last 30, 40 years, you've been called Hitler. I mean, I think the last one who wasn't called Hitler was H.W. Bush.
He was just Hitler after his no new taxes thing didn't come through.
Hulkamasha Baby says the weight's going down, but you still look puffy. Must be muscle loss. Somebody says weight's going down. Your double chin says different. I'm not going to, you know what? Nobody going to break in my stride. Nobody going to slow me down. Oh, no. I've got to keep on moving. Thank you very much.
That's how the weight stays off.
Exactly, is by the movement. 3:30 is the number today. Go bananas and fucking give us lots of money today. Let's not take a brutal ass fucking like we've been taking the last couple of days. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate us back with $5 or $10 at a time. If you got $100 on you, we'd sure take it off your hands. So the Harris campaign lets Joe Rogan know what their terms are for her being on the show. And let's just say the Kamala Harris campaign seems to have zero confidence in her ability to do just a basic podcast.
I mean, she asked for, like, I imagine the same terms as Trump, right?
She did not. Trump went on and basically just bullshitted with Joe Rogan for 3 hours. And if you're Joe Rogan, that's an easy podcast to put together. Why wouldn't you say yes to that? Hey, what are the rules with Donald? And they're like, none. He'll just sit down. He'll talk to you. He'll come in. And that's the difference between a politician running for president and a regular person running for president is a regular person who might be a businessman or whatever can sit down and bullshit as long as you need him to. Whereas a politician has sound bites, talking points, stuff their campaign has crafted for them, questions they believe they'll be asked, and answers they have prepared for those questions. Joe Rogan doesn't do that, and Joe Rogan will never do that. You could never give – Joe Rogan doesn't need your money. So you'll do it his way. And by the way, his way is not like I'm going to fucking grill her. Joe Rogan's way is we're just going to talk. We're just going to have a little discussion. That's it. We're going to hang out for a few hours. They didn't want that. It sounds like what the Harris campaign said was he could interview her on Tuesday, but that he would have to travel to her, and they only wanted to do an hour. Now, anyone who's familiar with Joe Rogan's show knows that there is no such thing as a 1 hour.
Travel to them or the 1 hour part.
Yeah, there's there are no 1 hour Joe Rogan podcasts. And like Johnny said, there are no on location Joe Rogan podcasts. It's you go to Austin, you go hang out with Joe, and you talk for a while, and there's no agenda. And that's what made that podcast popular, and that's what makes people enjoy those programs, is that Joe doesn't come at it with any kind of agenda. He just talks to the person, and the conversation develops naturally. And that can either lead to a really boring podcast or an incredibly exciting one, and he's got them both. So it does not look like, at least by those terms, Joe Rogan's going to have Kamala Harris on the show. So he decided to reach out and book J.D. Vance. And I know Rogan's going to catch shit for this, and people are going to say, oh, well, now he's a Republican. Well, there's nothing the guy can do if people won't come to his show. And
I'm sure maybe he can get Tim Walz. Tim Walz has been the one. They've been using Tim to try and get the, hey, hip young kid vote, but they've been pairing him with people other than Kamala Harris. So, like, it's Tim Walz and AOC on Twitch playing Madden, everybody.
Dude,
come hang out.
We've got the clips of the streaming, the Madden stream that he and AOC did. We're going to go through some of those clips today. Jesus Christ. Grand Poobah with $5 says, podcast with two chicks who just talk about shit. Isn't that just Kiki's podcast when her mom is on? I said yesterday, and I'm no more shitting on Kiki and Gino. That's in the past. Leave that alone. Hey, you can let that go too. Coltrane with $1 says, biggest dick she ever took was from Willie Brown. Launched her all the way to the Oval Office. Didn't she fuck Montel also?
Yeah.
So Montel and Willie Brown. And isn't Willie Brown, is he the mayor who got caught smoking crack?
I think so, but don't quote me on that.
No, Barry.
Oh. That
was Barry in Washington, D.C. That was Marvin Barry. No, it wasn't. God, what the fuck was that guy's name? That's going to bug me until somebody on Rumble comes up with it. I think he was the mayor of D.C. I don't think Willie Brown was the crackhead. I think it was a guy named Barry. And I can't remember who it is. Marion. Thank you, Bartolo. Marion Barry. Ha ha. Girl's name. Marion Barry's a girl's name. Yeah, he was caught smoking crack. He was like the black version of that Rob Ford from Toronto.
Rob Ford, who we still need. He's the politician we need today.
Unfortunately, rest in peace, King. Rob Ford no longer with us. Probably has something to do with, one, the obesity, and two, all the crack might have done him in. But he's got some of my favorite clips from any politician, man. Him speaking patois in that fast food restaurants to those Jamaican guys is my favorite. Just talking about some politician go, he's a rascat bomba clot man. And I'm like, fuck yeah.
I like it when he was fighting accusations. Someone said something about him like eating pussy or whatever. He's like, "Nah, I've got enough to eat at home."
That's the next one I was going to say. That's my absolute favorite clip from any politician. Is Rob Ford telling the press, Olivia Gondak, she says I wanted to eat her pussy. That's false. I'm a happily married man. I've got plenty to eat at home. You search Rob Ford on YouTube. The third thing that comes up is I have more than enough. Yeah, this is the clip.
They're calling a friend of mine a prostitute. Alana is not a prostitute. She's a friend, and it makes me sick how people are saying this. So unfortunately, I have no other choice. I'm the last one to take legal action. I can't put up with it anymore. So I've named the names. Litigation will be starting shortly. I've had enough. That's why I warned you guys yesterday. Be careful what you wrote. Okay, so that's all I have to say for now. And the next thing I want to call Mayor Britannia in Hamilton and tell them that we're going to have to spank their little tiger cats. Oh, and the last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home.
What about drinking and driving, Mayor?
What about drinking and driving?
I would yell at that bitch. I'd be like, would you shut up? Nobody cares about the drinking and driving thing right now. Mr. Mayor, you what? That's the only follow-up question to a statement like that.
He's just so matter of fact. I've got more than enough to eat at home.
More than enough. So if you're Rob Ford's wife, you had to turn on the TV.
He's just tired of eating pussy.
Yeah, you had to turn on the TV and find out that you've got a gigantic pussy. You've got a...
And an insatiable need for cunnilingus.
Yeah, oh my God, and that pussy just needs to be eaten constantly. It's remarkable how often that pussy needs...
My labia is like beaver teeth. It doesn't stop growing.
Oh,
you gotta eat it regularly or it gets out of control.
Oh my God, he's just chewing on that shit like bubble gum. I mean, he's just Rob Ford's getting not only am I a happily married man that has that has pussy, I've got more than enough pussy to eat. I got a hankering for pussy, right? To eat. And I got so much more. I got to put pussy in Tupperware and put it in my fridge and heat it up in the microwave and eat it later. That's how
so many roast beef sandwiches. I swear my house became an Arby's.
Oh my God. I got to put, you know what? Fuck that. I got to put pussy in the freezer because I have to make sure it stays preserved for whenever I have, the time and the ability to eat that pussy because I've got so much pussy to eat. Just turn on. You're like, let's see how my husband's dealing with his controversies. Oh, I've got a giant pussy and he just can't eat enough of it. That's great. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. I'm glad he decided not to embarrass me today. It's kind of him.
I mean, that you have to know that at that point.
You got to know who
that didn't come out of the corner like just all of a sudden, hey, where did this side of you show up from?
Yeah.
No. That was there early on. I think we've seen it before.
I wish we had a better clip of him speaking patois in that restaurant. It's really hard to hear. Papa Shab says, died a hero. Unlike this loser. Love you, buddy. Thank you, Papa Shab. I appreciate that. Throw some money with it next time so it doesn't hurt so much. 325 is our number for today. Let's go ahead and knock it down and not my positivity, the steel toe positivity era is definitely being tested in the morning. I don't want it to break today. I can't. I'm moving things around to cover all the L's. That's why I say, like, people keep writing to me, hey man, another win for the toe, and I'm like, I can only measure this show's success in one thing: money. That's it. There's only one way. The old Kevin Nash line: the only two things that are real are the money and the miles. And we hit 1,000 live people both days on the show, Rumble and YouTube, but that I can't eat 1,000. I can't pay Johnny and 1,000 viewers. So contribute. Thank you very much. We appreciate your contributions when they come in. 325 is the number today. Help set us at ease, and let's knock this thing out. Yeah, JMB says money is the miracle cure. You ain't lying. I'm a capitalist, my man. And unlike Nick, when I say I'm going to pay Johnny, I do, which is kind of me. It's a big-hearted move. Let's go ahead and get to a Tiffany Henyard update. I think we've officially reached the mafia era of Tiffany Henyard, like the Jimmy the Gent in Goodfellas taking out everybody involved in the Lufthansa heist. Because she's now at the point, like they're backing her into a wall, dude. I mean, the FBI is investigating. Lori Lightfoot is investigating. She's dirty as the day is long. I mean, she's been fucking robbing these. She's a county commissioner and she's a mayor. And she's been robbing the city and the county blind. Shamelessly for, I think, 3 years. She's taken them from $3 million in surplus funds to $5 million in debt. She has fleeced that city. And now they're finally, amazingly, the FBI has finally decided to go, maybe we should take a look at this. something foul might be afoot.
Maybe we should put down all of our plots to, arrest citizens of the country for things that we came up with, and maybe get some of those guys in balaclavas to stop pretending to be,
Nazis.
Nazis for 5 minutes and have them do their job to look at one crazy politician.
That might be helpful. Or the FBI is, you're sitting there, you're talking to an agent, you're like, hey man, we need you to get off your ass today, and we need to research Tiffany Henyard and see if she's committing crimes against taxpayers. But Mom, I wanted to plot a presidential assassination today. We were going to try and have Trump killed again. It's like, dude, how many times are we going to go down that road? Well, come on. One of them's got to work. We got him in the ear the one time, remember? And stop saying that publicly. You're going to get us in trouble. So
no, I'm just going to release information that, there's a bunch of terrorists and we're worried about a lot of these conspiracy theorists becoming violent. Like, nope, that hasn't happened yet.
Let's go ahead and see what the latest with old Tiffany Henyard of Dalton, Illinois is.
South suburban politician Tiffany Henyard appears to have lost control of both governments she runs. Now she's teasing a big announcement that she claims will result in some of her opponents being arrested and charged.
Like I said, we have entered the mafia era of Tiffany Henyard, where we're just going to have all of our political opponents arrested, and maybe she can arrest her way out of this thing.
Well, she was trying to set this up before when she was trying to appoint a chief of police that she wasn't allowed to.
And didn't the other chief of police turn on her? Like he was a Tiffany Henyard guy.
Yeah, and he turned on her, and she wanted to change the chief of police to someone who was loyal, because I think for a while she's been like, all right, I'm just going to start arresting these people.
Yeah.
And that might be why he turned on her. She's like, all right, so you just arrest him and throw him in jail. Like, look, that's risking me doing way too much shit for you. I'm not going out on a limb for this. The overtime pay was nice, but go fuck yourself.
Yeah. It's been a series of follies for old Tiffany Henyard.
Okay, guys, we do not have a quorum, so we will not be having a board meeting this evening.
One of Tiffany Henyard's allies resigned. Another has turned on her and refused to attend last night's Thornton Township meeting. It's a similar story in the village of Dalton, where
I'll say this, and I'm not trying to get Tiffany Henyard's back in any way, shape, or form, but these were fucking rat bastards when the money was coming out and she was showering them in trips and all this other shit. They were right there taking the money. It's not like they just found out all this was dirty now.
No, but they found out she was this bad at covering her tracks and at least, keeping the town somewhat solvent.
Right. And so when that all went away and now it was just looking at prison time, they run to the police and they go, what can I do to help out? And they're like, did you, and they're going to go, did you know about any of this? And like, no, I thought she just, came from a wealthy family or something. I don't know. No clue. I thought it was maybe an uncle.
I thought she was one of those rich black people that comes from a long line of slave owners. And
thought she was like Sonny Hostin, It's just, they're the save your own ass. I hope they don't expect to be looked at as like heroes who helped save the city. It's like the only reason you're here is because the gravy train stopped. There was nothing moral about it.
Village of Dalton, where a majority of trustees oppose the self-proclaimed super mayor.
Because all this point the finger to Tiffany or allow me, I'm over it.
Oh.
Now it's time for me to speak.
Henyard spent in
because one thing we haven't heard enough of is Tiffany Henyard's side of things.
Could you speak into your solid gold microphone, please?
Could you please show us your bedazzled 24 karat gold microphone and just lean in a little closer to that? What was that first thing she said? I thought that was great.
I'm over it.
She's over it, guys. Breaking news. All of the fraud and swindling that she has committed against the city and county, Tiffany Henyard today is over it. So if you guys could stop, that would be nice. she's over it.
Now it's time for me to speak.
Henyard spent an hour and a half on Facebook Live after the meeting, making a series of claims.
It's a power grab. That's it. Power and money grab.
For more than a year.
Oh my God, she's the Black Nick Rekieta. she's under investigation. She's done all this terrible shit, and they're like, okay, just shut the fuck up. All right, did you say go on Facebook Live for an hour and a half? No, that's the opposite of what we'd like you to do.
It's a power and money grab, says the lady who instituted a poison pill if they have someone else other than her be the mayor.
That was so dirty. Yeah, she passed some rule where if someone else gets elected, they take a huge pay cut.
Or just either way, it was either the mayor or the
county
township
commissioner.
Yeah, but either way, someone else. She's paid an exorbitant fee that she doesn't need, and she just immediately goes, "Yeah, I gave myself a really, really huge raise, but don't worry, everybody, we will balance it out.
Yeah,
if you fire me, the next person makes nothing."
Here, Henyard has fiercely fought against her critics.
Y'all are black, and y'all sitting up here beating and attacking on a black woman that's in power. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Yeah, black people, come on. Don't you want the representation of black power in government to be swindling, theft, and embezzlement? Come on, black people. Get my back purely for the color of my skin. What's wrong with you people? Wait, what did you mean, you people?
Promised but so far failed to fully explain spending more than 100,000 taxpayer dollars on first-class travel for herself and her allies. Public money that went to her now defunct namesake cancer charity. And expensive.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Remember the cancer charity where she took a bunch of city money and like through events where she would bring big name artists out, and she would she would spend a shitload of money on like bouncy houses and catering and all this other stuff, and it would all be for her cancer charity. I don't know. Maybe the people who were delivering the kegs were also removing tumors. I can't judge. I'm not sure how this shit works. Maybe the songs that people were singing have a chemotherapy-like effect where it shrinks tumors. I'm not a doctor.
Events with flown-in celebrities that cost more than $80,000. All of it exposed by WGN Investigates. But now she's taking her fight further, claiming without evidence her opponents are corrupt.
I will be seeking arrests for individuals involved. I will be pressing charges. It's a lot. And that's just me telling you a little bit.
As Henyard,
I can't tell you the whole story right now
because I haven't come up with it yet.
When I've got things to say, and I'll tell you the whole story. And you know, I've never lied before. I've been nothing but straight up Scouts honor honest with you guys, and I'm gonna tell my story any minute now. I'm gonna tell my story as soon as I make it up. Boy, she really is the Black Rekieta. She's
I really want to see her flee the country.
In like a Groucho Marx mustache?
Yeah.
No, my name is Tiffany Henyard.
Grip on power.
Tiffany N-word.
No.
Sorry.
Since she's also facing an eviction lawsuit.
I think that in her mind, she feels like she's untouchable, which is a problem.
Because we about to touch her. Wait, what? Nothing.
Landlord Janetta Hull describes herself as a longtime friend of the Henyard family in Dalton, but notes Tiffany and her boyfriend, who makes $100,000 working for the township.
Come on. Makes $100,000 a year working for the township that his girlfriend's in charge of. She's the best. She's old school, man. She's mafioso.
I don't even know about old school. Like, at least they'd cover that a little bit better.
That's true. She's a little more brazen.
That's why I feel like the number one crime she committed here, the reason why the hammer is finally coming down, is the government's like, look, we don't care if you fleece the people stupid enough to put you in power, but notice how the people that are still doing it are smarter than this.
Yeah, I mean,
the bad people, they take them out really, really quickly.
You're just being so brazen about it that we have to do something. You're making us look retarded.
make good money while refusing to pay rent.
I have other bills. I have a child to take care of. I can't afford to pay for where you live. You're making $375,000.
Fuck.
Henyard's attorney.
She's a mayor and a county commissioner. If you're a mayor and a county commissioner in central Minnesota, those two jobs combined, you maybe make 60 grand a year.
Maybe.
She makes 300 grand a year being a mayor and county commissioner. And now she's like, I'm fighting back. And motherfuckers is going to jail. It's like, I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
I'm arresting the FBI.
I'm arresting that goofy Beetlejuice looking bitch. She's next. I'm gonna get in her ass.
I'm arresting the police that don't side with me all. They're all going down.
I actually, in a minute, we're gonna play a clip of Tiffany Henyard. We actually had her latest speech, and we're gonna do that. But first, Los Federales with $2 on YouTube says, I'm in downtown Toronto. Had beers with Rob Ford in 2014.
Nice.
Wow. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, Ohio City Haitians and Rob Ford. No shortage. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, leave that black queen alone. She did no wrong. Well, that's what she's saying. We also have one more thank you to throw out here. And then I do have some exclusive, steel toe exclusive.
Okay.
Tiffany Henyard audio. Sandy with $20 over
Thank
on
you.
PayPal. The PayPal has been christened for today, and it's by Sandy. Thank you very much. 3:05 away from today. Hey, guys, I have a great idea. You're doing awesome. Get us under 300 by 7 o'clock in the next 11 minutes. Who's got a 5 or a 10 spot for the toe? Let's keep this thing going. Let's rally it up. Those 20s really knock it down quick. Thank you very much for turning hopefully turning our fortunes around today here on the morning show. Before I play this clip, you want me to play the clip first? Or you want to hear the sweet, wonderful, gay, you're going to make fun of me message text that I got as SP left the house today?
Yeah, I want to hear about this.
Would you like to hear it? So yesterday after the show, SP came over and we watched. Every Tuesday we watch the Aaron Hernandez miniseries that's on Hulu right now, and we watched our Aaron Hernandez miniseries. We got our greetings out of the way, shall we say, and then we watched the Aaron Hernandez show, and good boyfriend. I did not just fall asleep immediately after. I stayed up. I cuddled. I watched the Aaron Hernandez show.
He stayed up. He had Blue Chew.
That's now why are we throwing around fucking alligator? Check my tongue. Nothing. But we watched the Aaron Hernandez show and then fell asleep to Clerks, which is always a treat for me. Anytime I can sit down and watch Clerks, I'm a happy guy. And then, but she brought a bag of mini Snickers over. And for those of you who like to make fat jokes, I understand. It was a good day at the gym yesterday. So, a few mini Snickers. Although the shame of waking up in the morning and just seeing a pile of mini Snickers wrappers on my bedside table.
That hurts.
That hurts. But then I stepped on the scale and I'm like, I'm doing okay. So she sent me a message this morning as she left. She came down here while I was setting up and we said goodbye. And I'm an autistic mess, by the way. She's like, she's hugging and she's like latching on before she leaves. She's just being really cute and shit. And I'm being nice. I'm leaning in and everything else. And then I'm looking at the clock though with one eye and I'm like, oh shit, I need to get shit. I need to get shit done. And she's like, all right, Spurg, I get it. Just hang on for a second. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Be in the moment and all that. You've known me long enough to know that time and like punctuality is one of my most retarded fucking things. I can't.
Yeah, you have these weird, you need people to be there at a specific, you can't show up too early. You cannot show up too late.
Right.
You need to be here at this exact moment.
And for me, I need to be sitting in my chair in the studio at 6:50 or at 5:54. I need about 4 minutes to just sit and not do anything before I hit go live. So SP left me a wonderful text this morning. She said, one Snickers left up by your bed. If you need a kicker, my little Snicker.
God, that's gay.
I'm a little Snicker.
And you're more of a mo for sharing it.
It was adorable. It makes those, it's gay. It's gay. And it's lovely. Chips and Diff says, God, you're such a mo. I'm feeling a lot of judgment. King Kong Dong says, cuddling is gay. Just get that sausage wet. You can cuddle afterwards as a, thanks for wetting my sausage kind of a thing. Somebody wets your sausage, you can hold on to them for a little while. Give a shit. Actually, the response to that is, you're fucking gay. Okay, well, or that. Or I'm fucking gay. Bapa Shab says, very punctual, like showing up from Vegas ready to partner swap as soon as the plane touched the tarmac. In retrospect, maybe we should have met with a divorce lawyer instead, but you're right. You're right. King Kong Dong says, Slam Piece, definitely a dude. No. I'm a little Snicker, Johnny.
Yeah, he's just fishing.
Should I go get my my little Snicker?
I don't. Do you need it that bad?
I mean, I don't, but if someone's going to leave you a little Snicker and a nice text message about it, you should probably go get your little Snicker.
I don't know why. See, this is weird. Like you can't know about the candy. You got to have it. Like, oh boy,
that's a fair.
Let it sit there.
That's a fair critique. But like during the show, it's going to bother me.
Yep.
Knowing that Snicker, little mini Snickers is there and it's just 2 little bites and we'll be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to fuck me up a little bit, dude.
Yeah. They shouldn't give you overtime so that way I have to wait that much longer.
Sam Show says, just desperately want to show us how fat you are. Fat fuck found out about the candy and couldn't even wait 5 minutes, says Mr. Approachable. Thank you, Vance, for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Vance. That means it's not 7 o'clock yet. And we're at 295. We got under 300. Thank you, guys.
And good luck on Rogan.
Thank you very much. Keep going. Just don't stop. Just keep going. Those 20s, those 10s, keep going. Thank you, guys. All right, if I sit here and I just keep reading your guys' shit, I'm never going to move on with the show. I mean, I'm just going to keep. I had exclusive video of Tiffany Henyard yelling at the Dalton, all the investigators too. So I need to.
We need to get to that.
Here we go. This is
now. I'm just watching your body language to see how much of it is just like Snickers tension.
A lot, dude. My shoulders are so snug right now. I just got a lot of tightness in my shoulders at this point. And like, we're going to go to the April clip next of her Omnibus hearing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I got to be loose for that. I got to be ready, because that's the big story today that a lot of people want to talk about. And I got to be on my game for that shit.
I was worried because you told me like, hey, make sure to watch it. And I was like, okay. So yeah. I was busy last night with some stuff. And then when I got done with that, I'm like, oh, it's getting late. I want to go to bed. I hope this doesn't take forever. And I'm watching. I'm like, oh, this is going to go. And then the moment happened where I was like, oh, never mind. So that's what this is about.
Yeah. I was like, you should probably watch this. And it didn't disappoint, did it?
I had to restrain my audible laughter because people were asleep, and I'm like, I don't want to wake people up laughing hysterically at this.
And you know what I love about the clip is that Sean from Potentially Criminal are in it, and Kurt from Uncivil Law are in it, and the two of them just have completely diametrically opposed
reactions.
Takes. Yeah. Whereas Sean is just like, this is hilarious. It's a fucking disaster in the Baldo bunker. Whereas Kurt is like, the shame of the courtroom being misused and abused in such a fashion that hurts the legal system. It is a stain on this court. And may I say, both of them are right.
Right.
There is no wrong answer.
I just love the part where he's like, oh, I hope they prosecute these people. No, it's really hard if they're not in the state. It's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, Kurt's like, I hope they prosecute these people who have perpetrated this violation of justice. And Sean's like, fuck it. A lot of people were trying to accuse Chad Zumach of being the guy, but Chad wasn't even in the Zoom call. Chad was watching Win by Two's coverage of it. And the person it was this inbred looking, weird, creepy fuck, Ethan or Ian Hawke, who's like, he should be the mascot for Melton fans. Like, there shouldn't be any, like, if you're a normal person, there shouldn't be any Melton fans left after the sexualizing of children and all that. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't be touching this guy. Like, he's a cancerous, goofy, weird, pitiful character. But who's going through it right now, for sure. Well, will be going through it. But this Ian Hawke guy, you look at him and you go, oh, there's a lot of inbred single-tooth retards that will listen to shit like that out of spite. That makes sense. So that guy was on there yelling shit. Now, that being said, while he is a double-digit hillbilly IQ retard, the outbursts were funny. Like, just because someone's retarded and inbred looking doesn't mean they can't stumble upon funny every once in a while.
Right?
You know? They can be entertained. I mean, watching dipshit Hicks that's a hobby for some people. That's what a county fair is. So they can be entertaining. Let's go into this. But first, Nana's Clams is very upset because Nana's Clams is pretty sure they've nailed what my Tiffany Henyard clip will be.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say, Nana's Clams has been watching this show for way too long, I think. I think it's started to damage their brain, consuming too much steel toe. This is Tiffany Henyard yelling at the county commissioners in Dalton. I think Tiffany Henyard's starting to lose her mind a little bit.
It's just really didn't realize what she was dealing with when she wanted to set up Jake, man. It's just...
I know. She should have never tried to set up Jake. She should have let that go. She's not wrong there. She's 100% correct. She is going to burn this motherfucker down. In fact, some would argue already done.
Financially, it's...
So it looks like it's going poorly for Tiffany Henyard. It's not the heyday anymore.
Yeah,
and
it's Jimmy Shaker Day.
That's the other thing is Mayor Beetlejuice definitely saying, every time you walk out the door, every time you come to a city council meeting, you got to ask yourself, is today Jimmy Shaker Day? Oh, by the way, thank you to Victor. He got us a couple new drops. Let me find him here. I replaced a couple yesterday, and I've got them. Oh yeah, here's one of them that Victor got for us.
Is very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
And the other one, here we go. And the other one Victor got us.
He's such a sociopath. He's so insane. He just couldn't admit to losing.
And with that, we go to April's court hearing. I think that's a perfect. So April's Omnibus here. By the way, thank you to Bridget Von Hammerdiff with $2. Tiffany N-word. I don't think that's her name. I don't think that's how you say it. I think that's a mispronunciation. I don't think it's called Tiffany N-word. But we'll check it out for you. Thank you very much. That puts us, we are a nice little 295 away from today. Do us a favor, guys. Just keep that going down, man. 200 by 8 o'clock, 100 by 9 o'clock. Just nice and easy, 2, 5, 10, 20 bucks at a time. And we'll knock this thing out, and we'll get back on our winning ways here on the morning show. Thanks a bunch. PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Okay, so let's go to the Baldo bunker, as it were. Thank you. And I think when we go into anything the Ricada drug case related, I think this drop would be.
He's such a sociopath. He's so insane. He just couldn't admit to losing.
Or I think this one might work too.
Is
I'm very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
So April has her omnibus hearing. And remember earlier this this past weekend, I don't know if April was having an episode. Multiple people reached out to me to say we're worried about her. What's going on? She's tweeting erratically. She doesn't seem okay. And I just had to respond to them like, look, I understand you're concerned, and these are disconcerting tweets, and it is unfortunate, but I've washed my hands of the whole thing. I mean, I don't know what to tell. That was the hardest part, is like having someone reach out to me and me going, I'm sorry. I'm better off. Like, just
I did my best.
Yeah. I mean, I warned people. I told them like, hey, I tried. It didn't, I couldn't get through. I'm heading out. I'm handing the baton off to you. Try to do something if you could. Which, by the way, Nick was seething about that in Melton's chat, too. He's like, he called people like he was a ballot harvester. No, I just called people to warn them about you and say this guy's, what a piece of shit. I called all these people and I said, I think this guy's going to get her fucking arrested or worse. And, I don't like to consider myself a soothsayer, but I kind of nailed it. Yeah. He was like, oh, he's calling like a ballot harvester and isolating her from her friends and family. I'm like, no, that's what you did. I was trying to get them back in the game, captain of projection. I'm trying to get them back in the game because you're the danger. I will give you that, Walter White. You're the one who knocks. I was trying to rally the troops and go, look, I'm fucking out of here, but I'll do a kindness on my way out and say, you might want to step in on this situation. It's not good. While I was doing what you're calling ballot harvesting, you were streaming with cocaine on your nose and jacking off on camera. So, yes, I am the bad guy. We all can't wait to hear your story.
He's such a sociopath. He's so insane. He just couldn't admit to losing.
So we go to the omnibus hearing. And remember, people were tweeting at Nick and commenting about Nick after April's erratic tweets. And he was tweeting erratically as well. He was Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds, just screaming nerds at everybody. Hard R nerds. And he just started lashing out at everyone. And just, I'm not going to comment on where she lives. Now, anytime Nick won't say yes or no to something, I need to give you guys a hint. He's lying. If he doesn't say yes or no, it's a lie. If he starts saying things like, I'm not going to comment on where she lives. Do you know what that means, Johnny?
She's living with him.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you go, Nick, you lied. You go, well, I didn't lie. I just didn't answer your question. It's like, you knew the answer and you obfuscated. It's a lie. If you live on platitudes, if you live on, if you live on technicalities, you're a naturally dishonest person. And so he says she's not living here. I haven't seen her in forever. I mean, I've no idea what's going on. Well, we get a clip, and I don't have that in this clip, unfortunately. Win by 2 has it. You can go on John's channel, and he has there's a clip of it there. Before April's omnibus hearing starts, Nick is in camera frame getting the stream ready. It's a Greek tragedy, but it's hilarious at the same time.
I don't know. I feel it's more like a Shakespeare tragedy. I mean, yeah, it's sad, but there's a lot of laughs in there if you're willing to look for them.
True. That, and a lot of people are really hoping it ends like the Montagues and the Capulets. So there is that part. But he's there. They're in the Baldo bunker. Now, this guy won't even stream from his studio. But April has to do her omnibusy from the studio. Here's the other part of her doing this from the studio. And we're not going to play these parts, but I'll show you the stills because this part's very boring. This is all just the procedural stuff. There she is, clearly in Nick's studio. Nick is now on camera being there physically. And that's that's really funny and all this stuff. But you also have to consider the legal ramifications of this. Because, Johnny, you remember when they were first arrested, April was charged with second-degree possession.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she was arrested on. They removed that. And without saying too much, I probably could say it now, but I don't want to hurt anyone's investigations or anything else or put anything out there that I shouldn't. I've been told by sources. I was told two things, and they kind of contradict each other. One thing I was told is that no, those charges are coming back. We just filed them wrong, and they're coming back. I was also told that, look, you just get the fuck out of the blast radius and all this goes away. You know, if you, like legal people were saying, if you just get out of there and show that you were in fact just visiting, you're good. So posting all these pictures of being there, showing up at the court, being there, it's like that just solidified the charges and brought them back. Now, the bigger problem here is if you're not careful, and I know you think you're being cool and you're being hip and you're being brazen, but you're listening to a retarded guy who's fucked up everything so far.
Well, you do keep talking.
I may be a retard, but if you would have listened to me, none of this would have ever happened. Well, I mean, it would have started, but the drug stuff, the charges would have never happened. You keep showing up at this house. You're going to give the county reason to believe that you live there, which it's not out of the question that second-degree felony charges come out of this. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you're giving them reason to believe. And let's not pretend that Candy, Ojai County hasn't been watching these streams and watching these things and paying attention to the internet. I mean, that's part of how they made their case, was from watching stuff on the internet. So they are watching. They are taking notes. They are noticing. I mean, shit, the reason you're even here in the first place is because you guys were cocking off publicly and still being there. That's why you're in that chair right now. So you're not doing yourselves any favors on that end. So Nick shows up. He's working the audio for his girl. A couple days after, he said, well, I don't even know where she lives, and I never see her and all this. So, you know, the lying thing just keeps being a sticking point. Well, then the omnibus starts, and people are putting messages up there. I saw somebody, did you see somebody putting up the Stonies thing?
Yep.
So I'm trying to look for it here. I don't see where it is. But yeah, somebody posted in the Zoom meeting like $2 cans at Stoney's Bar.
Yeah.
In Rockville. Oh my God, was it bad. One thing I need to request of Candy, Ojai County. Is there any way that we can change this charge to April Anderson? Because without giving too much away to the audience, but while informing them of what's going on with me, there are certain wheels that are back in motion, albeit slowly, but I've smoothed them over and they're back in motion. I don't need my last name being Googled and more of her horse shit coming up. I've smoothed over my Google horse shit. All right, we're good now. I don't need her last name. Her having my last name is poison for me. It's not good, which gives me the idea that she's now going to keep it.
Well, can she do that? I thought the decision was made and she had changed back.
I thought in the divorce papers that she checked the box that, you know, you get the free name change. They'll change your name back. I thought she checked that. I hope she checked that. And I was under the assumption that she did. But maybe it's because she was arrested under that name.
Perhaps.
Like if you get arrested under Cassius Clay and you change your name to Muhammad Ali, the legal documents will probably say Cassius Clay. Maybe that's how it works. So the omnibus hearing starts, and spoiler alert, it's not very long because the April's attorney filed last minute appeals to get things thrown out and all this stuff. And in the appeal, they're saying that the reason it should be thrown out is because I was just visiting and I don't live there. And then she does the fucking hearing from their basement.
It would have been better if you used your phone and did it from the cab of your truck, just parked somewhere.
Dude, it would have been better if you used your phone and did it from the Nuremberg Nazi rally. That would have been a better look for you than doing it from here. But you know, as the old saying goes, you can't fix stupid. So she's doing it from the bunker. And then I don't know if these guys are trying to play 4D chess and they're just retarded at it, or if they're just retarded. Johnny, what do you, I mean, are they trying to throw the internet for a loop and just failing while people laugh at them? Or are they just dumb?
I gotta say they're just dumb.
Okay.
There's no win in appearing from his studio. Yeah, you blurred the background, but it's very obviously his studio. So now we have to question everything that you've said.
Yeah.
So,
and when Nick was pressed on this, and instead of him just shutting the fuck up and just letting the internet have their fun, because you notice every time, I think it was Legal Mindset who said the internet's like quicksand. And if you struggle against the quicksand, you're going to sink. If you just kind of you just stand there, you're like, okay, it's my turn to be in the quicksand, it'll settle and you can get out. Nick is just bound and determined to see if that quicksand can swallow him whole, because he responds to everything. He takes the bait. He's the dumbest fish in the pond. Any shiny hook with a worm on it, he takes it. And
that's how you got him, huh? Cock piercings.
If I had 24 roses. So people are going, yeah, I thought you said she doesn't live there. I thought you said you don't see her anymore. And he's like, he gave this bullshit line where he's like, oh, I don't. I haven't seen her in forever. It was so nice to see her. We're like, bro, you're not convincing us. So are you trying to convince yourself? Stop. Let it go. And then he said, the excuse he gave was, well, she doesn't have a studio.
You don't need one.
You don't need a studio, sweetness. You don't need a studio for a Zoom call. Look at this lawyer. This is Pierce, right? This is the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
She's on her phone or just a webcam. She doesn't have
It looks like she's on a computer webcam.
Yeah, she's on a computer webcam. So a laptop will do. A phone will do. You don't need a studio. Just
iPad.
And you guys are so fucked at this point. Like, the truth will set you free. You can just come out with it. You can just say it. There's nobody's gonna, it's not like it's gonna hurt your reputation. Everyone thinks you're a joke. Like, everyone thinks you guys are clowns. So nobody's going to judge you harshly, and you can liberate yourself, and you don't have to look like you're 70 years old and just carrying around all this whatever it is, this facade. It's
Who are you carrying those bricks for anyway?
Put the bricks down. So the omnibus starts, and Johnny, how would you describe, we're going to start at 3:03. How would you describe how this omnibus hearing went?
I would say it started out remarkably boring, like any omnibus hearing, and then it took an immediate 180 to shit show in the drop of a hat.
I was just going to ask, what word would you use as an adjective to describe how this thing went? You're going with shit show.
Yeah.
I wish I were more creative, but I'll say fucking disaster. You know what? Here's the word I'll use to describe this omnibus hearing that we're about to watch. Hindenburg. Hindenburg would be the best way to describe it. Let's watch. Now, people were lined up in this room. This was I don't know if it was the real him. It probably was, or not him. I believe the mother of my children was in there, because her husband gets a shout out in this video. The judge at first thought it was him doing the outbursts. We'll get to that. Here we go. April's omnibus hearing, courtesy of Stalin 19 did the clip, but this is from Potentially Criminals YouTube channel, along with Kurt from Uncivil Law. Subscribe to every channel I just mentioned.
Would work.
Well, of course, you guys are right there. It always works.
I
for the
think we said the
prosecutor.
21st at 10 a.m. Anything else this afternoon?
So here, I know you guys can't see it, but it says Stoney's Bar to everyone. Get your $2 cans from Stoney's Bar and Grill, and then puts the address in there. So, Cheetos, you got a live read at the Omnibus yesterday. Congratulations to Stoney's.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Stoney's gloves you, April. Keep your head up, dear.
Yeah, I think it's proof that April Round men will willing to burn down the world for a Minnesota 6.
So, and now Kiwi Farms has found out that was Ian Hawke. Which, by the way, this is a contemptible offense. You can be arrested and dragged to Minnesota and be brought up on charges for doing shit like this.
And I will laugh my balls off if we find out that happens.
Oh my God, it would be great. And so a guy chimes in and says, proof that some men are willing to burn down the world for a Minnesota 6. Now, I'm not going to weigh in on that part about, 5, 6, 7s, whatever. I will just say this. I didn't divorce April because she was ugly. That's not the reason. One wanted to go down one road, one wanted to go down the other, and you can't drag each other down roads they don't want to go to. You're both going to be miserable. And let's just say one road was snowier than the other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There we go. So, proof that that some men are willing to burn down the world for a Minnesota 6. Oof.
Stoney's gloves you, April. Keep your head up, dear.
Yeah, I think it's proof that April Round men will willing to burn down the world for a Minnesota 6.
Now, the meanest thing is, calling a woman a 6 isn't exactly a compliment to begin with. But calling them a Minnesota 6 is insinuating that Minnesota has ugly women to begin with, and that the 6 is grading on a curve. So it's actually remarkably mean to say in general, but it's especially disrespectful in the middle of a court hearing. And now you see up in the corners here the reactions from the two different hosts. Sean is loving this.
Yeah, he's just grinning ear to ear.
Sean thinks this is fucking hysterical, and Kurt's more of the,
can't take it.
He's more the prim and proper legal mind of the two, and he is embarrassed for the court. This is incredibly disrespectful. I don't know why I turned into meme copium for a second there. It's terrible, chat. It's a terrible thing.
From the courtroom, whoever the observer is,
Help me.
Jesus Christ.
All right, thank you very much. The matter is adjourned.
Observer, can you just ban the
Your Honor.
judge? He's annoying.
Where's he?
Go back. One more time. What do you say? Can you just take off the judge? He's annoying.
Jesus Christ.
All right, thank you very much. The matter is adjourned.
Observer, can you just ban the
Your Honor.
judge? He's annoying.
Can you just ban the judge? He's annoying. Oh my God.
Where's April? We didn't get to see April.
Your dad.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit.
Who is speaking?
Sir, can you just leave? We're gonna take over now. Thank you.
Oh, good God.
Sir, can you just leave?
Just leave.
We're going to take over now. Oh, it's
At
just,
least he was polite. He said thank you at the end.
it's just a fucking nightmare. Why? I have a question. Why can't you fucking mute these people?
Yeah, well, I thought broadcasting it, okay, fine, but you literally, you let people just come in and no restrictions at all. They just get an open mic.
I have a question for you, Johnny. You're Candy, Ojai County. Try to make a prediction for me. Try to read minds. How much have you, if you're Candy, Ojai County, how much have you fucking had it with the Rakeda Anderson arc?
Oh God, you're You're weighing whether or not it's worth disappointing your friends and family to take a toe trigger, or whether it's sweet release. Like,
You're just sitting there going, can we just skip the Constitution and just throw them all in jail?
I just want this to be done. Everything about this sucks. They suck. The people that hate them suck. My job sucks.
They're literally sitting there going, this is a heel-on-heel program. There are no baby faces in all this.
There's a whore. I still like you, April. I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
You
See, Judge? You seen it? You using your eyeballs?
Just tell me your name, sir.
Yeah.
Is this B. LaRue? Is that you?
Oh, I'm not Balin LaRue.
Little cameo for my kid's stepdad there. Jesus. Oh, he's just a hard-working guy. Leave him the fuck alone.
Oh, that was Nicholas Recato. Yeah.
Did someone just say my name's Nicholas Recato? It's just the problem is, Johnny, there's so many people talking at once. I have a hard time hearing.
You can't make out what's actually happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
It's become so much of a clusterfuck. And by the way, our two lawyer people again haven't given up on their sides. Sean's still very much enjoying it. Kurt very, very disappointed.
Yeah. See, Judge? You seen it? You using your eyeballs?
Just tell me your name, sir.
Go back. I want to see. Somebody said whore or something like that. Somebody said.
Jesus Christ.
All right, thank you very much. The matter is adjourned.
Observer, can you just ban the judge? He's annoying.
Where's April? We didn't get to see April.
Your dad.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit.
Who is speaking?
Sir, can you just leave? We're gonna take over now. Thank you.
Yeah, April's a whore. I still like you, April.
Oh, then somebody goes, April's a whore. April's. They said April's a whore.
She is a living person with feelings.
Here's what I don't understand. Like, if I were her and I were her lawyer, knowing that people are going to embarrass her, humiliate her, treat her like garbage, have some self-esteem, offer to go in person.
Right?
You know?
Why wouldn't you do it in person?
Honestly, when they told me that my Omnibus, which I just said, not guilty, we moved on, whatever. When they said it was going to be in person, I'm like, that's fucking rad, man. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Bro, I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
You
see, Judge? You seen it? You using your eyeballs?
Just tell me your name, sir.
Yeah.
Is this B. LaRue? Is that you?
Oh, I'm not Balin LaRue.
That was Nicholas Recato.
So this guy goes, my name's Nicholas Recato. It's like we're like a minute into them saying we're done here, and it's just a fucking shit show. I mean, this is uncontrollable at this point. And I look, man, I don't know if it's because it's Candy, Ohio County and they're new on technology, but there are ways to make sure this doesn't happen.
And the thing is, we had some of this shit happen before, and they knew they had to deal with, like, this isn't new.
Right.
It's just a new level. And the best part is for whatever reason, for a while, they seem to just let it go on.
You used to sit in this, she used to sit in this chair next to me, innocent as the day is long, small town Midwestern gal, just joking about the news and talking shit. Dog upstairs, a few kids, pretty uncomplicated shit. Now you've got strangers from all over the world yelling whore at you and calling you a Minnesota Six. I'm not saying people take wrong turns in life all the time.
I'm just saying they're being generous with the six.
I'm just saying that if you asked 100 people, they would have a preference as to which one they were doing.
Yeah. That's Nicholas Recato. Bill Schultz is homeless.
Bill Schultz is homeless.
Connor or Mary, can you speak?
You will not ban me from speaking. This is America.
Hold on.
Stoney's Bar to everyone. Shut the fuck up, idiots. It says on the bottom. So Stoney's has even had it.
Right?
Stoney's is tired of this shit.
Whoever you are,
sir,
I don't know you, but I am finding you.
I will not stand for this.
am finding you.
Even though I'm sitting right now.
So
this is where people have gotten too brazen with the internet.
Well,
like,
and the Kiwi, you got to understand, like a lot of these people are Dabbleverse retards, and they don't understand that they're fucking with a different animal in Kiwi farms. Like the Dabbleverse is full of dipshits. Kiwi farms will fucking find you. And they did. They found this guy. This is Ian Hawke. This is one of Patrick Melton's main guys. And
oh boy, really?
Yeah, they've got his socials, they've got his location, they've got everything, and it's like the judge just said here, he said, I'm finding you in contempt. So if they can find him, if they know who it is, they can bring his ass in for contempt.
And I'm pretty sure there are at least a few police officers involved with this thing that have learned to check the farms for possible info.
They may or may not be checking the farms. That is correct. So, well, and somebody from the farms is probably going to send this guy's info to the police and say, you know, this is the guy who was interrupting the fucking proceedings. Although I will say this, as big of a retard as he is probably one of the most inbred people you've ever seen, this is funny. Objectively funny.
Yeah.
Because it's
I mean, I'd never ruin my life to do this, but I'm certainly entertained that he did.
Oh, it's a nightmare. I mean, it's one of those things like, remember in school where like two kids would be acting out, so the teacher would try to reprimand them, but then the other kids in the class were getting tired of it, so they start yelling at the kids, but now it's just this wall of noise, and the teacher's lost complete control. That's exactly what's going on here. It's like kindergarten cop. Omnibus hearings are like the ocean. You don't turn your back on it.
Oh, you're gonna. God. What courthouse am I in? What
You're in his courthouse. You're making an appearance in his courthouse. You're making an appearance in his courthouse as we speak.
Kurt has had it with this disrespect. Kurt will not be taking this sitting down.
Absolutely find you in contempt.
Stop. What about April being a whore? Like, does she need to be punished for her whore activities?
Oh, no. Does she need to be punished for her whore activities? Why the fuck do you think we're here? I mean, this is all partially because of this. So, I mean, you're just subjecting yourself to ritual humiliation at this point.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh my God. Oh God.
And I hope they do find you in contempt. I hope they find you in contempt. I hope they drag you into the courthouse.
If he's not in Minnesota,
and put you in jail.
They can do.
This guy to everyone. Judge looks pissed off. Wow. Nailed it. Good job. Hey, guys, I got a theory here. I think this judge might be a little annoyed by all this.
I'll go to wherever our state.
Observer to everyone, you guys aren't funny, just cringe. Please be quiet. I mean, okay, look, Johnny, yes, they're cringe, but it's entertaining me.
Yeah, look, it's not funny, and that's a matter of opinion.
Yeah, I mean, people can be cringe and still funny. Watch this show sometimes.
State is, I'll extradite it myself personally. Just tell me where he lives.
Judge Nutsind.
I'm going to put everyone except the participants back in the waiting room.
Oh, God.
Too many people disturbing the proceeding. I can't really tell who they are. And so...
Oh, there we go.
We all got nuked. Good job. Good job.
Good job.
There's Zumach.
Anyway.
It's Chad.
Chad Zumach's in here.
There you go. That was the omnibus hearing. And then they, so her challenge is not going to be heard until January.
Yeah.
So she's got a while yet. And, you know.
You'll be married by then.
Does that mean she's not going to be at my wedding?
Probably not.
That's too bad. We had a hand-engraved invitation and everything. It was, so yeah, it was a fucking nightmare at the omnibus hearing. It was, and now she's not going to be back there till January. She's obviously still in that house. You can't go to Nick for information because Nick's just going to lie. It's just what he does. Nick's a lying liar who lies. So now that she keeps streaming from there, she keeps taking pictures from what's clearly there. This does open her up. It's an outside shot, but it opens her up to second-degree felony charge. She may have to take responsibility for all that cocaine as well, as they say.
Uh-oh.
I honestly, to go with my gut, I don't think she will. But also, this kind of shit, you got to remember, these prosecutors are human. You fuck with them, they don't want to play ball. You play nice, you make their, like anything in this life, anything in the world. If you play ball, if you're cooperative, if you make things easy on people, they tend to make things easy on you. If you make things difficult, people will make things difficult for you. They will not reciprocate with kindness. So if you keep jerking them around, lying to them, wasting their time, shit could get worse for you. And yesterday, I'm watching Nate the Lawyer, I'm watching Uncivil Law, and I'm watching Sean. I'm watching that stream. I went back and watched it later yesterday, and it was, Johnny, it was the first time, because throughout this whole thing, all the LawTube people have been saying they're not going to prison. Nick's not going to go to prison or jail over this. He's a first-time offender. Yeah, it's second degree. But even if he goes to trial, he won't go to jail. Yesterday was the first time I have heard the LawTube experts who have pretty much nailed all of this shit. Was the first time I have heard them say he might be looking at a 90-day jail sentence and then the probation will kick in. They're like, they may decide that this is worth jail time at this point. Because if it's, it says in the Minnesota sentencing guidelines, if you're second degree and it's your first offense, stayed prison time is recommended, not, hard times, baby. But it also says at the bottom, at the judge's discretion, up to 364 days of jail time can be handed out along with the probation. Because if you go 364 days, that's county jail. If you go over a year, that's prison. Another thing I learned this year. Look at me learning all kinds of lessons. So that was the first time I'd heard Nate the Lawyer or anybody else say, it could be jail time with this time. So talk about fucking yourself. Not only are you fucking yourself, but now you've also got retards just showing up calling you a whore in a Zoom meeting. Oof. Coltrane with $1 over on Rumble says Aaron got a snicker from his Big D N-word. I'll leave now. Jesus. $1 from Clopogram says, I am willing to bet my house that's a green screen to make all you lot spurg out.
No.
It's not a green screen. Buffalo, well, if it is a green screen, then it's even dumber than actually broadcasting from there.
Right? Because now you just make it look like you are? And what, you had Nick come in for good measure to really sell the bit?
God. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says the only people worse at technology than you is Candy Ojai County. Also, she's a Minnesota 4.2 at best. Oh, damn, man. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says having to sleep with Aaron is punishment enough for her whore activity.
He did put a new boot proof on. It was super clear.
He did say that he was kidding, which is very nice. I appreciate it. But you know what? I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't believe him.
Still hurts.
Yeah. And I think he's full of shit. I'll be honest. All right, guys, let's see if we can knock this down a little bit. That segment was not, say, a moneymaker for the old toe. I'm sorry. A lot of people want to see that. I know, I guess, maybe not. I'm not sure. But we are at 295 right now. And I would like to get that knocked down I would like to get to 200 by 8 o'clock. So if you guys are feeling a nice rally, if you feel like throwing us a few dollars, we are starting to go down that path that we've been on the last 2 mornings, and you guys are making me a little nervous. So if you feel like throwing in, I feel like we've made your morning go by very fast so far, giving you a good high-energy show. Consider throwing in a few bucks and helping us out, because the 80 cents at a time, I appreciate it. That's awesome. We're not going to get there, 80 cents at a time. Anders with $1 says, seriously, this is why you don't touch the cows. Yeah, I'm against going into all these hearings and doing this shit. Because while it is funny, we really just want to observe and see what's going on. Like, there was enough we could have gone over with that without people yelling whore and Minnesota 6 and all this other shit. Was it funny in a cringe way? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, especially the first time when you're not expecting it.
Right. But like, also you had Nick being a proven liar again and showing that, you know, those two are living together and she's there and everything else. Because the lie that she didn't have a studio just doesn't pass the sniff test because, sorry to use sniff, it's triggering for him, but it doesn't pass the smell test because you don't need a studio for that. You just need a phone. And I know she has a phone because I'm still paying for it. Dude, that's the worst thing is when you get married and you're like, I trust you. Your name can be on the phone account. So now I got to go to Verizon and I got to like find a way to keep my number, but also remove myself and the kids from that account.
Oh, it's totally easy to do.
Can I keep my number and start a new thing and just stop paying that one?
Yeah, they'll split the account. I did that when I was on, I think, my parents' plan for a while. When I first moved up to St. Cloud, my MS got really bad, and then I moved out on my own and got myself back under my feet, and I split my plan from theirs, kept my number, everything.
You don't want to get under your own feet. You want to get your feet under you. Maybe that's why your legs
That's where I've been fucking up this whole time.
That's why your legs don't work, dude.
I'm doing it wrong.
All this time you've been you think you have MS, you're not, you're getting under your feet.
Yeah,
you dumb bastard. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, I'm sorry, I didn't completely mean it. All right. Thanks, pal. Thank you, buddy. Hit like, hit subscribe, follow the channel. Thank you guys very much. 1,000 of you checking out the toe. Thank you very much. Like, subscribe, throw 10, 15 bucks our way. We appreciate you guys very, very much. There's Matthew with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy.
Fuck you, Ed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you.
Give me money.
That's
Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Thank you very much. That puts us at 270. We got 20 minutes to get that thing under 200. I think you guys can do it. A few more Matthews, and we got this thing nailed. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all your generosity for the toe. Let's go into the regular chat. Let's see what the normies have for us. Shall we? Let's extreme. Yeah, a lot of people just writing extremely funny. Papa Shab noticing that his upper lip is quivering. He's pissed. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you would be too.
You're used to being in charge and people having a sort of like reverence and fear for your authority. And then you meet some asshole who just has a hot rod as his icon picture and he's just fucking shooting from the hip with no cares in the world.
Just starts yelling whore. He even tried to kick the judge out of the proceedings. Can we kick this guy out of here? He's boring.
You can leave, sir. We're going to take over now.
Does April need to be punished for her whore activities? How do you plead, ma'am? Jesus. Geesar tells us April is a Minnesota 6 to regular straight men. She has a 9.5 to men that are attracted to 12-year-old boys. Well, we need to get Melton's take on that then. See what he thinks about the whole thing. Let's go to Did we get Anders? Yeah, the seriously don't touch the cows thing. All right, thank you, buddy. Bigot on socialist media says, I'm not at Nick's house, but Nick is here, and it only looks like his studio. Yes. 4D chess, ladies and gentlemen. 4D chess. Somebody says she definitely didn't put too much effort into looking good for the camp. I don't see it that way, but I understand a lot of people are, the jokes are there.
I feel like we don't even need those jokes. We have plenty of others.
Oh, God, there was so much other stuff to do with that whole thing. People are saying, Jesus, you're still paying for the phone. Well, I went in to change it one day when I had to get a new phone, and they're like, well, you're not authorized to do that.
Well, whose plan is it? Did you join her plan?
I had a plan, and then we combined our plans, and then she was made the main person on the plan, and I always thought I was an authorized user on the plan. I got removed from my own plan as an authorized user.
Well, now you might have an issue.
Right. Like, I want to just...
Now you need to get her to give them permission to move your plan.
Well, and the thing with that is... Sam Show writes, just, how are you breathing? Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just stop paying. Like, if I can get my number, my phone number, and the kid's tablet, like, if I can get that on a different account and just stop paying the other one since it's her thing, doesn't affect me if I stop paying it, I can just do it that way. That would be a doable thing. All right, let's go ahead and continue on for today. Monty with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Monty. There you go. Thank you very much. That puts us at 260 for today. Guys, let's fucking go, huh? 260, we're getting there. Down to 200 in the next 15 minutes. Rally up. Everyone jump in. We're having a ball here on Steel Toe today. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all the links are in the chat. Thanks again. All right, moving on from that disaster. It's just not going well, you know? The last week, you know, since the erratic tweets and everything else, and then the leaked DMs, and then the, you know, one courtroom disaster after another, and denial after denial after denial, it's like, you've never seen a dead body struggle this much. You know, this is like those, you know, when they pour that sauce on the dead squid and the squid reanimates? That's like every time, you know, those two are in court. It's like, guys, it's over. Like, you're fucked. But for our entertainment, by all means, continue on. You know, they need to go rewatch Con Air, Johnny, because they would learn that it's time to fight, fucked, or hit the fence. And I suggest you hit the fence. Guess what? Tony Hinchcliffe has an ally in the media.
Who? Joe Rogan?
The Daily Show's own Jon Stewart.
Really?
Yeah. Jon Stewart is getting Tony Hinch. This is why I've always, no matter how much shit I've taken from the audience, I've always liked Bill Maher and I've always liked Jon Stewart, even if I don't like agree with everything they say. Because
I like Jon Stewart, I just can't really watch him now.
John and Bill Maher are a couple of guys who they're not beholden to their political dogma. Let's put it that way. They're not beholden to their political dogma, and they will take positions that are not popular in the circles they run in. And that, you know, especially in today's climate, that takes a little balls. You know how easy it would be to just pile on Tony Hinchcliffe?
Yeah, everybody's doing it.
Yeah. But, like, you have a Jon Stewart who's looked at as, like, that side, quote unquote. And it would be very easy for Jon Stewart to do a bunch of Tony Hinchcliffe jokes and fuck this guy and he's terrible. And he didn't. He went after instead the outrage mob, which is kind of the rebellious move if you will. So here's Jon Stewart on the Tony Hinchcliffe joke, which I think this is a take that's pretty unexpected. Thank you guys very much for the 199s. I appreciate that. Whether you love me or hate me, you giving me money just brightens my day. Thanks, guys. Sorry I didn't read it. I know you wanted me to, but I like having the power over you. It makes me feel good. Jon Stewart on Tony Hinchcliffe. Get ready to, I think if you're being honest here, I think you got to respect old John.
I like that they shorten it with MSG, but I always think of the food additive instead of Madison Square Garden.
But you know what? I think that is definitely the difference between sports fans and non-sports fans, because when I hear MSG, monosodium glutamate,
you think Madison Square Garden.
I think Madison Square Garden. That's MSG to me. Like, as a sports fan, MSG is Madison Square Garden. The Chinese.
You gotta get this MSG out of the food. How does it fit in there?
How did you guys get it down to that level? That's incredible. But yeah,
Honey, I Shrunk the Garden.
So I don't know. Write in the chat, Rumble and YouTube, when you hear MSG, do you think Chinese food or Madison Square Garden? And I think we'll kind of determine who's a sports person, who's a glutton. So here's Jon Stewart on Tony Hinchcliffe.
Is the alarms.
The opening act, grabbing headlines for all the wrong reasons. A comedian who offered unfunny, racist, cringeworthy jokes.
Basically calling. Oh, that's opinion. I don't like it when my news people hit me with their opinions. I'll decide if what he said was cringe and unfunny and racist. And is it racist to call the island a floating pile of garbage?
No, not really.
I feel like my immediate response is to go kind of, but like also not kind of.
It's sort of implied because, I mean, how did the island become a floating pile of garbage? Maybe the people had something to do with it, but it's not directly stated.
Right.
Funny.
You know, that's the thing about Tony Hinchcliffe's humor. It's so four-dimensional. People, by the way, fucking hate Tony Hinchcliffe. I mean, there are people who would maybe normally defend a comedian on this. And I'm talking about our audience, the chat. We had this argument yesterday, guys, and I know you don't like it when I say this, but you guys have a weird hang-up with Tony Hinchcliffe. And I'm not saying that he's the funniest guy ever. There are times where I've found him really kind of cringe. But, like, what I'm saying is he's not worth hating, if that makes sense. Like,
he doesn't deserve this much attention from you.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't deserve that much of your guy's brain. I'll be honest. Like, those of you who are like, fuck Tony Hinchcliffe right here, and Tony Hinchcliffe's a fucking asshole piece of shit. It's like, that's a little bit too much of your time and brain being committed to this guy. He hasn't really earned it. I'd let it go. Especially a comedian. It's like, I fucking hate him. It's like, well, no, how about just he's not funny and you don't watch him? Because it's not like the Dane Cook hate, where like Dane Cook was legit on top of the world. Like, you couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't swing a dead cat, fingers crossed, without hitting Dane Cook. And so people, it was in their face constantly like, I fucking hate Dane Cook. I'm like, okay, all right. Tony Hinchcliffe is a remarkably ignorable comedian.
Yeah.
So if you're hung up on how unfunny he is, I got to say, if it goes any further than that, that's kind of on you. Here's Jon Stewart's take on the whole deal.
Racist, cringeworthy jokes.
Basically calling Puerto Ricans trash. The most repulsive racial jokes about Latinos. Disgusting. And
dude, I know way worse racial Latino jokes. I mean,
hell, he didn't even call them.
He didn't call them backs. He didn't call them nurse. He didn't call them tortilla nurse. There's a lot of things that he missed. Wouldn't that be funny if that's like on the opposite side of the spectrum? That's their hang up about it. They're like, he didn't even call him wet. He didn't.
And hateful.
So incredibly crude.
Frankly, just too X-rated to play here.
Extreme.
But it's not. It's not like he whipped his dick out and went, here's what I'm going to do to all your Puerto Rican grandmas. Like, it's not too X-rated to play here. I have a question. Is it hard for these media people to feign this outrage? Because we know that they don't actually feel this way about it.
Or if they do, they're buying into the bit way too much. Yeah, I would say it's probably not hard for them. I feel like you've been doing it this long. You're probably getting pretty used to
Dude,
it.
it's so
especially they're like, oh well, this is too R-rated to play here. You realize you calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy and we have to stop him here or now or the end of democracy. That's more R-rated than Puerto Rico.
Or how about you showed Trump getting his ear blown off like it was the Joe Theismann leg break thing, and you're like, this comedian telling this joke is too X-rated for television. Oh, okay. Well, God, he must have said. And I'll, by the way, when you say that, it just makes people go, all right, I'm going to turn off the TV. I'm going to turn on YouTube. I got to go see what this guy said.
And then they get extremely disappointed. Like, well, where's the R-rated part? Did they cut it out? Did they cut it out already? Like, no, that was it.
Extremely vile so-called jokes.
Extremely vile so-called jokes. She name-checked my comedy album from the 90s. Did I really?
He's still just naturally better at this than everybody.
Yeah.
Like him just doing it one day a week after taking like 10 years off. He still just dusts it off, dusts off the desk, dusts off his suit, and just goes, boom. It just goes on and just schools all of these 30-somethings that are trying to be hip.
And that's what's worse is he brings them on after, and it's like the week is a literal just like photograph of like what you do, what anyone else who tries to do you does. And it's very, very stark contrast.
I wonder if he watches the rest of the week and he doesn't get that itch like athletes do when they retire. Like he doesn't get that itch to just kick him out of the chair and go, oh, God, I can do this better. Move. You know, like he's Nick Burns.
I think he does sometimes.
Yeah, because like he does it Monday, and now all you're doing is reminding people how good you are and then disappointing them the rest of the week.
Exactly.
I don't know who's AI, me or that guy. Now, obviously, in retrospect, having a roast comedian come to a political rally a week before Election Day and roasting a key voting demographic, probably not the best decision by the campaign politically. But to be fair, the guy's really just doing what he does. I mean, here he is at the Tom Brady roast a few months ago.
The great Jeff Ross, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff is so Jewish, he only watches football for the coin toss.
Come on. Fuck you guys. Like some of you, people are like, when have you ever seen Tony Hinchcliffe be funny? Go back and watch that Brady roast and watch his segment. He was probably the best guy there. And I'm going to say it's probably not even close that he was the best guy there.
Gronk, you look like the Nazi that kept burning himself on the ovens. Kevin is so small that when his ancestors picked cotton, they called it deadlifting.
Yes, of course. Terrible. Boo. Yes.
Yeah. Why doesn't MSNBC pull that shit up? Why is that okay? I mean, if jokes are jokes, then in any capacity, in any venue you're performing at, the jokes are fine. I mean, again, it's performative because as we've said before when we play their response, they don't sit there and talk about how terrible Tony Hinchcliffe is. They pivot right to Trump.
Yeah, because that's who they want to hate, and they don't have anything to legit hate on him at this point.
Right.
There's something wrong with me. I find that guy very funny. So, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, bringing him to a rally and have him not do roast jokes, that'd be like bringing Beyonce to a rally and not have...
Oh. And that's why people have liked Jon Stewart. They know what his biases are. They know what his positions are, but he understands his first job is to be funny and shit on people. And he's shitting on Kamala Harris right there, saying, hey, man, that's like bringing Beyonce to your rally and not having her sing. Well, guess what?
Guess what she did?
The Kamala Harris campaign is just full of awesome decisions. You get a call from Joe Rogan, and you say, you have to come here, and it can only be an hour. It's like, you should be fucking thrilled that Joe Rogan wants to have you on your show. You get access to tens of millions of people, and you basically put conditions on it that say no. All that shows me is that you have no confidence in your candidate. But you'll go to show how out of touch this campaign is. You'll go on the Howard Stern show, which would have been a great idea in the 2000 election.
Right.
But you'll go on that and say no to Rogan. Unbelievable.
Well, because Stern's going to be a mouthpiece.
So, Jon Stewart handled that the way you should handle that. Well, yeah, Tony Hinchcliffe went on there and he told roast jokes. And he made and in his defense, he was being more mild than he usually is.
Yeah.
So, in that case, Tony Hinchcliffe kind of kept it light for what he usually does. And it is performative. Like, the outrage around Hinchcliffe is performative. The joke he made was not that bad. It wasn't this horrible Nazi-like joke that they're trying to make it. And thank God we have people like Jon Stewart who are going to be a comedian first instead of a total fucking cunt about it. Because who was it who was being a cunt about it yesterday? Mark Maron?
Yep.
Mark Maron, there's a new fascism in comedy, and the fascism is of the... does Mark Maron have a chip in his brain that just says if someone's getting more attention than me, I have to hate them?
Yep.
I think he does. So great work by Jon Stewart there. I thought fucking crushed it. Did people boo the Beyonce Kamala thing? Because she didn't
Jon
sing?
Stewart?
No. When she showed up at Kamala's rally and didn't perform.
Maybe.
I got a thing we can play here in just a second. First, Roots Calhoun with 253 says, using the last of an old gift card to call you gay. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Roots. I appreciate that. All right, guys, it's 8 o'clock.
Money well spent.
It's 8 o'clock and we're at 2:55. Let's rally up and let's really drive one home for the toe here. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, I watched Kill Tony Monday after work, but he obviously did that speech for the attention. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, you've been confidently spouting opinions on this every single day. Having only seen the clip of one joke of a 10-minute set, you don't know shit about anything to do with this. Numero uno Josh Denny Van, I know that you fucking hate Tony Hinchcliffe. I'm just saying, I don't think he's worth your emotions. You know? I just
Whereas
don't.
I can't get behind your hate because you really, really love Josh Denny. And I'm like, well.
Numero uno Josh Denny fan with another $1 says, Tony is one of the most hateable worms of a human being that you could ever hope to find and only gets worse with time. I'm sorry. He's not one of my favorite comedians, but
I like the money pit.
I like the money pit. That is my response to that question. King Kong Dong says Kill Tony is funny. Eaton Clam says Leibowitz gets it. Yeah, how is it that a guy named Leibowitz is like the least Jewy on this whole thing? Papa Shab on Mark Maron says Mark has the Epstein blackmail chip in his brain. Helgi says Josh Denny is worse than Hinchcliffe. Guys, you're going to make numero uno mad. I don't want to see that. He's a good guy. He's just got a little bit of the... See, I don't think Hinchcliffe derangement syndrome should be a thing. You know?
Denny derangement syndrome just has a nice sound to it, but I don't know. Again, I feel like loving Josh Denny and hating Tony Hinchcliffe are in the same vein of,
sure.
Why, though?
Why? What are you getting from this? David, thank you very much for $1 in PayPal. I appreciate that. Guys, 2:55 away from today, so we are behind. This is starting to look very familiar to Monday and Tuesday, but I just really hope you guys will help out. We're doing what we can to kind of move numbers around to make up for these L's. Monday evening did make up for the L from Monday, but we kind of had to eat Tuesdays. I think today, if we have another big L, it's going to be we're kind of going to be knocked back to at the black or under the black. So we just got to keep knocking out these goals, and we'll be able to stay ahead, which is nice. Sandikin with $5 says, did you hear that Biden called half the country garbage? He's like the teammate in an online game that keeps throwing the match. Funny joke, but I have a theory that he is doing that on purpose. I think Joe Biden is pissed that he got thrown under the bus, that this was clearly, like Jim Gaffigan said, they staged a coup against a sitting president to have him removed. I mean, you can say that he's senile. You can say he was going to get his ass kicked by Trump, but he was the guy that they went to beat Trump in 2020. I think he earned the right
to fight him again.
Yeah, he earned the right to take that ass whooping. He earned the right.
But they didn't want to lose. He was willing to lose to keep his little money rig going.
I hope that this election has taught Americans that the president is not in charge. I don't know how much more proof you need that the guy in the White House is not the guy running the country, because clearly Biden didn't want to go. Clearly Biden feels this is a coup. He's handicapping Kamala Harris at multiple turns. There's been all kinds of leaks and rumors that that's what he's doing. I believe them. And if the president of the United States is truly in charge, if he doesn't want to go, he just says, fuck you, I'm not going. And Joe Biden didn't want to go, but he got removed anyway. Ergo, he's not in charge. Whoever was able to remove him, those are the people in charge. And no, I'm not going to guess what their last names are. Stop it. $4.99 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says people are saying it was a Nazi rally because it was at Madison Square Garden and the Nazis had a rally there. Wait, what?
Like in
Nazi Day? Is
that your beak?
I'm going to try and I'm going to fact check that, but I don't think Hitler ever showed up at Madison Square Garden. I don't think. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says you also don't know shit about the Rogan situation still. I told you were right about the Rogan searches yesterday. Roots Calhoun says, I'm beginning to think that this may be the real Josh Denny, whoever the fuck that is. I like numero uno. I like that he busts balls a little bit. I like that he keeps us on our toes. I enjoy that about him. Gray Duckling with $15. Wow. Thank you, Gray Duckling. Gray Duckling with the big 15, putting us 230 away. Guys, we wanted to be at 200 by 8 o'clock. It's 8:05. We're at 230, so we're not that far away. This thing can get knocked out. You guys are doing great. Just keep it up. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for keeping this little engine that could running. Just keep greasing the wheels, and we'll keep moving forward for you. I didn't see this on my bingo card today. The chat getting into an argument about who's better, Josh Denny or Tony Hinchcliffe. That was not on today's menu. And I'll tell you this, I cannot think of a more useless argument to have. Because let me ask you something. We get into an argument about who's funnier. Let me fast forward to the end game. If we ask who's funnier, Josh Denny or Tony Hinchcliffe, and you get the answer, and it's the answer you gave, what have you really won?
I mean, you get confirmation bias.
I suppose. So this was the scene when Beyonce took the stage at a Kamala rally. We haven't watched any of this because the news has kind of been dominated by Trump and Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe. So this kind of snuck out on us.
Well, I mean, would the news have reported it anyway?
No, because you're right, because it's negative towards Kamala.
Right.
So that you're right. They wouldn't have reported it. But Kamala brought Beyonce out in Houston, her hometown. And fans are assuming they showed up for this big rally. They used it to, stock the crowd full of people.
All the single ladies.
All the single ladies were out there. All of them. You must not know about me. So Beyonce goes out, and I'm sorry, but if I go to a political rally and I hear Beyonce's going to be there, I'm assuming she's going to sing. Well, she didn't. And people were not happy. Now, the Kamala campaign seems to think that if you just get a bunch of people somewhere for a rally, there's the win. We got them. Another win for the hoe. But unfortunately, you have to keep this large group of people happy and entertained.
The Kamala Harris rally in Houston, Texas was absolutely...
Hey, it's Alex. Alex Stein doing the narration on this one. What's up, buddy?
Absolutely insane. You saw Beyonce and Kelly Rowland walked out. Kelly looked like Beetlejuice. And
I need Alex to narrate political documentaries and write his own script. So wait a minute.
You didn't have time to tailor your suit?
Not only did you have not only did you have Beyonce, but you had two of Destiny's Child's members, and you didn't do any of their songs. Fuck, dude.
And then after that, Kamala walks out, right? She gives him the hug, and everybody's so mad because they're like, what? Beyonce only spoke for 3 minutes? I thought we were going to get a free concert. Wait, what? What's going on? Wait, why is she hugging Kamala? I thought this was a concert. Oh, and then Kelly and Beyonce have a nice little moment, reminiscing. And then everybody realizes it was a bait and switch, and they walked their butts out.
Oh, God. So Kamala goes out there to speak, and everyone's like, all right, fuck that. We're out of here.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Dude, I'm starting to think that no matter how much they cheat, they're not going to be able to pull this one off.
Just because it'll be too obvious.
Well, and just because I only think you can get away with so much cheating.
Right.
I don't think they're
going to be the Tiffany Henyard thing. To pull it off, you're going to have to be so blatant about it that we're like, we see what you're doing.
Yeah. Where in order to keep up the facade, the powers that be are like, guys, we can't cheat this hard. We have to look into ourselves at some point. And you're not helping us at all. I think they honestly would have been better off just letting Joe Biden take his lumps and then maybe save Kamala for 2028. Because this will wreck her now. You can't lose to Trump and then run again. Nobody's going to take you seriously.
As soon as Kamala got on that dang stage, everybody was pissed off, rightfully so. They duped us. They duped the entire city of Houston, Texas. 30,000 pissed off people right before an election less than 2 weeks away. What is Kamala Harris thinking? It was a night to forget, I'll tell you that much.
I can't believe you would bring her out there and she wouldn't sing. That's like saying, hey, Charlie Daniels is going to be at the rally. And there's no fiddling. It's a fiddle-free show. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, I guess the Nazis had a rally at MSG in 1939. Well, shit. Ooh, thank you for this one. 99 cents from Help Out PayPal, Just Kidding LLC. Johnny, do me a favor. You get any PayPals during the morning show? Throw them over here. We'll put them towards the goal.
All right.
Thank you guys very much. So, yes, if you want to contribute, thank you to that person helping us out actually a ton, giving us another PayPal that we can harvest from. Thank you. I appreciate all of my fans. I love you guys. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan. I've upset him today. I've upset numero uno. He says, Johnny, have you ever considered doing your own morning show and going head-to-head against the toe? You should have heard the shit he was talking last night. Oh, stop it. There was no shit talking last night. You're doing the bait and switch shit you do with the morning and evening audience now, you dick. Oh, my.
Why? What'd you say?
Matt's phone rang.
Yeah?
And I took his phone and I threw it across the room. I went, enough. I said, I'm enforcing the old radio rules. I go, just like I did with Johnny this morning. Get your fucking nose out of the chat and you get your fucking phone out of here. And I threw it across the room.
I don't even have the chat up today. And you
hey, you know what? And can I tell you something? You're doing a bang-up job today. You're fucking crushing it without the distractions. Killing it. Killing the fucking game. Anyway, we're where are we at? 2:30. Hey, you know what that means goal-wise? It's time to go to the dentist.
Oh, no. Why is it time to go to the dentist?
Because it's 2:30. 2:30. It's 2:30. The only way you guys can stop me from doing that is by getting the goal down more and getting it away from 2:30. $1 from Los Federales. He says, the media is lying to you. This is from Puerto Ricans for Trump. Okay. Let's see what Puerto Ricans for Trump have to say. A Trump caravan has formed in Puerto Rico.
Make America great again.
I gotta be honest, I'm judging by the style of cars. Looks like a floating pile of garbage to me. No. I mean, of course there's gonna be Puerto Ricans that still love Trump. That would be like if somebody came out from the Trump campaign and said, yeah, Minnesota's a liberal shithole. There'd be tons of people in Minnesota who would be like, yeah, fuck yeah. 100%. We're with you, buddy. Like, you're obviously going to find, like, not everybody's stupid. You know, there are some people who they think for themselves. They don't let a fucking joke a comedian told determine whether or not they're going to, you know, vote for somebody or not vote. Like, I'm not going to vote for that fella because he made fun of the place I was born. It's like,
I feel like some people might be like, yeah, dude, I kind of feel like we are turning into a floating trash pile, and you people that are so outraged about the racism aren't really doing anything about it.
yeah, I kind of feel like the place I live is a hunk of shit, and I would like somebody who would do something about it. I want to do this Tim Walz AOC Madden live stream shit because this is.
Oh, you know what I want to see? AOC playing football. Ugh.
I mean, the idea that we're going to put the 60-some-year-old man in front of a PlayStation and stream it to a bunch of people.
Ooh, I can smell all the gamers just flocking to the polls. They're just like us. No,
If that,
no, they're not.
I mean, if he would have like played Call of Duty and started calling 12-year-old kids the N-word,
right? He could have gotten some traction.
He definitely would have gotten the gamer vote and probably a little more black vote. I think they would have respected that. You know, if he would have made racial slurs at AOC because she shot him in the back, then maybe you could have got some gamer vote. But unfortunately,
Are you an American or one of the goddamn sand? Whoa.
Jesus, that wasn't necessary. Tigger next door, becoming a member for 29 months, says, I heard numero uno likes to kiss boys. I don't think he does. I think he's a heterosexual man. Not that there's anything wrong with being a homosexual. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Thank you. $230 away from today's goal. We do need rallies. We do need we need a few bucks from everybody to knock out today and avoid another fucking tragic defeat like the last 2 days. Oh my God. Our buddy Will Heron TV made a clip.
Okay.
From the show a couple of days ago. I was wondering if, you know, when we were giving treats to Gordy one morning or one evening, I can't remember which. I think it was an evening show. If Gordy's barking got on the air, because I turned the mic up, I put it down here, and I wanted to see if people could hear Gordy barking. And Will Heron TV actually made a fucking adorable little Gordy clip.
Okay.
For the show. Let's play this. No. That's not what. No, that's Will Heron. That's yellow journalism. That is complete bullshit. That is not what happened. That guys, he spliced that together with a clip from There's Something About Mary. That is not what happened to Gordy. Besides, we're in the basement.
Gordy, he'd have to jump up and get out. Like,
yeah. That is not what happened at all. But what an adorable bark from little Gordy. What an adorable bark from that little guy. And Will Heron TV, for you to take such a cute, loving moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to take this opportunity to point out that TV's Will Heron is making a great example of how the media clearly misrepresents and lies and makes up narratives. I think what Will Heron TV is proving here is that the media is biased and disgusting, and they will pass up a good, wholesome story
to make it drama.
Just to make it drama. It's terrible. Terrible. Bigot on socialist media says that's a bark. Now people are saying press F in the chat to pay tribute to Gordy. Gordy's fine. He did not jump out a window to his death. Chips and Diff says, just another family member you threw out of your house, New Boot Goof. No, I did not throw Gordy out of the house. He's fine. He slept obnoxiously in between SP and I again last night. Just digging right into your ass, that dog. There's a warmth that ruminates from that particular part of the body that the dog simply can't seem to get enough of. He's an ass man.
He's hungry for your ass.
He is hungry like the wolf. Sam Show says, why did you have a dog digging in your ass? You know, sometimes it's not your choice. Well, I mean, I would hope that every time it's not your choice to have a dog digging in your ass.
Sometimes it's just her kink and you got to roll with it.
Sometimes things are beyond our control. Who was it? Approachable has a clip. He says, well, there's a clip that is not spliced in any way, shape, or form. All right, let's take a look. She asks for permission because she's like, I know this is a big chunk of your content. She asks for permission because she's like, I know this is a big chunk of your content. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that clip means. I was expecting like another edited clip of me abusing Gordy.
Saying something weird. Or
yeah.
Yay.
And that was just approachable. Are you sure you got the right clip? Well, at anyway, guys, let's get that 230 rocking. There's Need Trump with $10. He says that clip
Thank you.
Deserved Gordy treats. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Need Trump, for the $10. All right, we're moving again, guys. Let's fucking do it, man. Let's hammer this out. Enough losing this week. Enough taking L's. Steel Toe's finally going in the right direction again. Let's keep that momentum going. We can only do that through your generosity. 220 is the number today, and you guys are so nice. You're so kind. Keep it up. Keep us going. Thank you again. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants, however you want to do it. Let's get that 220 down. Man, by 9 o'clock, we need to be at a manageable number. Help us out. Thank you very much. Johnny, we're going to watch this Tim Walz AOC Madden live stream shit in just a second. I want you to take over for now. I had a Red Bull and a bunch of water, so it's shooting.
Gotta go use the bathroom.
It's shooting through me a bit this morning. So you take over. You guys follow Need Trump's lead. Throw in a couple bucks. We appreciate it.
Normally they say shoot till you miss, but I think at this particular juncture, that might be a bad call. I'll be on today. I know I wasn't on yesterday. I'll be on today at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. And, yeah, one way or another, we're doing the show at 2, so I'll get that all figured out. The yesterday's bullshit, again, just ended up being a giant circle jerk. I really wish I hadn't gone through that. I would have rather done a show. Would have been more fun. The Omnibus thing earlier today, again, just made me feel sad for April. I don't know, like, I didn't see any of her reactions when that stuff went on. That's what I would like to know. How did she take it? That's probably a bad way to word it. I'm just saying, in general, like, when that all happens in front of you, like, I wonder, are they going to go with, like, can they ask to be in person from here on out? Be like, hey, can we just show up in front of the judge and just not have, like, an open chat room? Because apparently the internet are dicks.
All right.
And he's back, shirt on backwards and everything.
I hate that I pee very quickly and then I wash my hands because I know the allegation's going to be he doesn't wash his hands. But I have wet hands. My hands are wet right now. And I know that's going to lead to, yeah, they're just going to say, well, you pissed all over him. That's even more disgusting. You're you're a gross pig is what you are. But I swear, they're washed. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, Johnny, you should be the host, New Boot Goofing. Dude, that's fucking mean. Because you're basically telling Johnny you're good enough to be the host and then taking it away at the last minute by saying, just kidding.
That hurts everybody involved.
Right. You've hurt everybody's feelings. Chevy Fan says, Aaron's going to let you stream today. I don't have any authority whether Johnny streams or not. We don't need that rumor getting out there. I call up Johnny every time we fail, and I go, "You fucking go live today and make any money, I'll fucking kill you, I swear to God." 191 Redbird with $2 says, it's payday. Have $2. Hey, there we go. What do we have, like 800, 900 people in here? How about everybody throws in $2? We'll have this thing knocked out in no time. There's all the links. Thank you, guys. 220 is the number for today. Let's fucking go. All right, Tim Walz and AOC. Oh, my God. This is... Oh, no!
You just saw Tim Walz, didn't you?
I saw Tim Walz, but...
Yep.
Johnny and chat, what am I seeing about Tim Walz that's really upsetting me?
The Vikings hat?
No, that's awesome. That's actually cool. I like that. I don't like a Nebraska boy wearing a Vikings hat, but whatever. The more the merrier. We need all the help we can get. Oh, by the way, speaking of the Vikings, we traded for the Jaguars left tackle, so at least we have a starting left tackle now, which is going to be really important. What is it about Tim Walz I'm seeing right now that really bums me the fuck out?
Xbox controller?
Let me give you a hint. Let me go to the Rumble chat real quick and see if they're getting it.
Diet Mountain Dew?
Yeah, okay. Everybody's starting to get it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says Johnny should host on the days Aaron goes to jail. I'm trying not to go to jail anymore, buddy. Like, that's the plan, is to not go to jail. So, but you know what? I'll make this promise right now. From this day forward, Johnny is the host on days I'm in jail.
You're totally fucking felon, buddy.
Heath, I don't know why I was doing Lisp.
Gay?
Yeah. Heath felt it. I was doing Kevin Brennan as PPP. Whoa, buddy. Heath felt it. Wow. He's felted, buddy. He's so feloned. He's in prison. Right now, Aaron Imholte is getting his ass fucked by a bunch of black guys, buddy. It's the worst thing you've ever seen. Like, we have a source in the jail that says Aaron Imholt's asshole right now is as wide as a tunnel in a highway, buddy. Like, apparently in the jail, Aaron's just getting blacked. And it's just bad, buddy. He's being felted over and over by black dicks. And it's just the saddest thing you've ever seen, buddy. He does.
It's like he's here.
He does colorful bits, but some of them exaggerate. Just a bit. Yes, Johnny, you were right. And so is a lot of the chat. This is what's upsetting me about Tim Walz's setup. I now just found out that Tim Walz and I both drink Diet Mountain Dew.
I just feel like the Vikings hat is a very, very just pander. I don't think you're a Vikings fan. I'm sorry. I don't believe you're a Vikings fan. Number one reason, you're still doing the camo hat thing, which is this thing you started doing when Trump and when Walz just first got announced. It's like, oh, you know how we're going to get the rural vote? Walz is always going to wear a camo hat. In fact, the Kamala Harris hat isn't going to be blue. It's going to be camo.
Yeah, he really played up like the I'm just a hunter boy from Minnesota kind of angle, right?
Right. And he's not. And it's a fake thing.
But that's the thing. Like, the rest of the country sees that, and they're like, what? And Minnesotans see it and be like, dude, you've never pitched that. Remember, when he's been running in Minnesota, he's always
We were all dumb rocks and cows people.
Well, and not only that, but he's been Mr. Teacher, Mr. Metro guy, Mr., I'm just a lowly educator, whatever. Like, he's but a liberal darling while he's been here in Minnesota. All of a sudden, he gets on the national platform. And it's like, they're like, okay, everyone thinks Minnesotans are a bunch of backwards rednecks of the North who go hunting all the time. Could you do that for us? Like, I'm surprised he's not walleye fishing in October. I know it's not in season, but I'm surprised he's not just out there wetting a line and doing campaign commercials, Well, after I'm done with a hard day of hunting, I just like to wet a line and hear the peace of nature while I'm fishing. and chewing tobacco, and then I go and work on my truck. Oh, it's a busy day. So AOC and Tim Walz. There's Tim Walz in his gamer outfit. That's he looks natural, by the way.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a set at all.
No.
With all those signs there.
Yeah, and he's probably a really big Madden guy, you know? He just looks like a jock. And then AOC posted this because she was going to play Madden with Tim Walz on the Twitch stream.
Hey everyone, what's up? We're about to go live with Tim Walz playing Madden in about an hour. We'll be talking about a lot of other things, but hop on our Twitch stream.
Yeah, because that's what people want. They want to watch you guys play video games and talk about politics. That's the way to go. So they... This guy tweeted, Kamala is losing the male vote by historic numbers. Solution, have AOC and Tim Walz live stream themselves playing Madden during NFL Sunday. Oh, they did this during the NFL games? Oh, buddy, it's never been more overfelted, buddy. Kamala's campaign. Oh, and they were talking about Project 2025 in the election. Oh, my God.
They're still on that.
Bro, this is some Smith, John shit. This is them just putting on people's skin and just trying to be something they're not. The game ended 0-0. Get the fuck out of here. No way. They didn't score.
They're so bad at the game. Nobody scored.
They deployed AOC and Tampon Tim to play Madden on stream today. There aren't even 13,000 people watching. Wow. So these two don't know how to play Madden.
They don't know how to play Madden. That part is definitely obvious. And I'm guessing the under 13,000 people they had were all just hardcore left-wing simps. They're like, no, we got to be here and help support them.
Well, should we watch some of their gaming and see if they're just naturals?
Yeah, apparently it's pretty awesome.
All right, let's catch some of the action of AOC and Tim Walz playing video games to, grab that male vote.
I'm in a debate with J.D. Vance, and he says, the reason housing's so expensive? Migrants are buying them all. That's
Snap
crap.
the fucking ball.
The reason is
insane.
these speculators are buying them up and driving up the price. Gotcha. Oh, you picked. That was huge. Oh, no. That's a pick six.
Joke.
Oh, my God. Nice.
I have a theory.
They're not playing?
Yeah. They're not playing. I don't think they're actually playing the game.
Pick six.
Because they're just like, they're announcing everything they're doing. And they're like, but like a second or two after they do it, it's like they're watching it and reacting rather than doing it and reacting.
Who picked it?
Damar Hamlin.
Sam Darnold, I believed in you. I believed in you, Sam Darnold, when you came to Minneapolis. Oh, no, Sam.
COVID guy made the... God, this is... They need to fire whoever put this fucking idea together.
But, I mean, this is the latest in a series of dumpster fires.
Jesus.
And, like you said earlier, Biden seems to just be deliberately pouring gasoline onto this dumpster fire every time he walks by. Just sprinkle a little on and move on.
Trump is on fucking Rogan. And you're with AOC playing Madden. Like, you couldn't find a Democrat with, like, a set of balls or, like, a male Democrat who's like, yeah, dude, I play Madden all the fucking time. Let's roll. You had to do what the Democrats do, and that is find demographics. You got to have a woman, and she's got to be a minority. Instead of, like, we're trying to appeal to gamers. Let's find people who play the fucking game, know how to do it, and then maybe talk about the issues in between. But instead, you bring on some Puerto Rican chick from New York, some limousine liberal from New York, and you have Tim Walz, who at this point is playing a character. This is not, I'm telling you, as a guy from Minnesota, this is not Tim Walz. Like, sometimes you
Tim Walz is always playing a character.
I actually think the Rocks and Cows Tim Walz is the real Tim Walz. I think that I'm just a humble teacher. You guys are all Rocks and Cows. I think that's him. This is uncomfortable to watch because it's so unnatural. We've got more.
What you do in your bedroom and who you love, that's your business. What you do at your doctor's office, that's your business. What you read, that's your business.
Hey, you know what, Johnny? I don't know if you've ever played video games before. Certainly I have, especially Madden. I play it every year. I'm playing it now. This is what gamers, especially sports gamers, come to hear about.
Right. I don't care about the teams or making these dream plays I want to have happen, any of that. No, I want to hear about what the government's doing.
What the people watching this want to do is, it's like Trump with the Rogan interview. They want to watch you two be relatable. When all you guys are doing is turning on a video game in the background and then giving stump speeches, it's fucking boring and tragic. I think one thing Trump has done is he has exposed the gap between the traditional politician and just a regular person. Because Trump is able to put on that regular person skin and roll with it. Whereas these traditional button-down politicians are, whatever the backdrop of what they're doing is, they can't just embrace that. They have to be also pitching their talking points, which is maddening. Maddening, huh?
My mantra I've been saying is mind your own damn business. These guys want to mind your business. It's not too hard. They want to know what you're doing online, what games you're playing, what you're watching. That's not who we are.
Oh, right. Mind your own damn business. So when we wanted to open up saying we're not worried about this COVID thing, you're like, you're right. We should all just mind our own damn business. If you want to be open, be open. If people want to go to your restaurant, they can. We're not going to get the police out there like jackbooted thugs to arrest people and shut down private businesses.
Hey, none of our business. Do what you want to do. What kind of gun is that you bought? Hey, did you go to a therapist recently? Do we need to come take all your guns? By the way, if you have a mental health crisis, that's a great way to get people to address mental health, is threaten to take away their guns if they go get help for it. That's really going to get a lot of people to go seek help for their problems.
We don't want, my motto is mind your own business. So like when the school starts talking to your kids about their gender identity and you ask them what all of this stuff they're talking about is, and they say mind your own business. It's again, because that's my policy, mind your own business.
Right.
That's exactly right. I am too. And I think we actually have some clips streamed up to get some reactions to in terms of what Trump and Vance and some of these folks have been doing.
Oh, God. You know what I want to watch? I want to watch some clip pasta when I came here to see you guys play a video game.
Right. God. And also people were pointing out AOC is a New York City congresswoman, and she's playing as the Buffalo Bills. That's upstate New York. That's kind of a no-no. She should be the Jets or the Giants. But no.
You are like skillful here. Look, this is I'm Boomer X. I'm that year 64, but I'm not an a-hole one. Just so the
Hey there, fellow kids. I'm not a jackwad or an a-hole. By the way,
don't listen to what a lot of the people in my state will tell you.
Yeah. Saying you were born in 64, it's like, hey, you know how we're appealing to young men on this stream? Here's your grandpa trying to play your video games. Are you ready to vote for him? And then lecturing you while he does it. Yay.
People listening know that
You're a good one.
I recognize, man. I'm a good one in this. So, but you like are here. But I'm kind of an early adapter on tech and stuff, though. I do that. And so I want to see how you do this.
I'm an early adapter on tech and stuff, so I want to see how you play a clip on our screen. I get technology. God damn, man. Gray Duckling.
This is bad, and I spend every day working with this boomer. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Right? I'm even telling this guy, you're fucked, bro. $5 from Gray Duckling. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. The number is 215, guys. Let's fucking get after it. Let's go. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, because you're getting ass fucked by a bunch of white guys is so much more acceptable. Oh, well, yeah, I don't like that. I was trying to do a PPP impression, I suppose. Zen Man Builds with $1 says, who games on a screen that small? That's another.
Somebody who's not really gaming.
Yeah, a guy who's not really playing the game. That's my theory. Are you going with that too, that they weren't playing?
I'd totally believe it. I mean, I need to watch more of the gameplay. I suppose if I hate myself, I can go find more.
Well, the retard did throw into triple coverage, so.
Right. And that's the other thing, too. If you're not playing, you didn't get people who were actually good at the game to play.
Right.
Like if you're having people stand in and play for you, you'd think you'd at least you're going to go that far. You'd go the extra mile, make sure they're not dog shit and they make you look like a complete fucking chud at the hands of the controls.
Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, isn't Project 25 just a conservative think tank thing from like 20 years ago? It's the Heritage Foundation. And yeah, it was a think tank that came up with it. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing to do with anything presidential. It's just something liberals thought they could smash Trump over the head with, and I don't think it's worked so far.
They just keep repeating it all the time.
Coltrane with $1 says, LOL, this would have been great as Gilbert Gottfried. Buffalo Jockey with another $1 says, if you decline the COVID vaccine in your doctor's office, that's okay? Good to know. Oh, did they kind of push that on you in the doctor's office?
Yeah, dude. They are pushing one on me that's not even it's not a vaccine. It's similar to a medication I take for my MS. And they're like, "Oh, take this so it won't prevent you from getting COVID, but it's going to take the edge off." And I'm just like, "I haven't had any issues with COVID." They're like, "Oh, but this one's different. This one's worse. You have an autoimmune condition. You're really rolling the dice. You're really risking it here." And it's just like, "Yeah, you guys keep scaring me with this boogeyman of COVID, and you've been wrong every time." "Oh, but you're already taking a medication like this, so take this one every 3 months, and we have to check your liver constantly to make sure it doesn't kill you." I mean, why wouldn't you throw that on the list for the chance to lessen it if you get it?
Yeah. Deutsch Chad saying 0% chance they're playing.
I definitely believe that for AOC. But like I said, if they're not playing, then they also were really, really dumb because none of them have like a staffer and anybody that's like, yeah, I do the masculine thing of playing football in my free time in a video game. Because I'm a dude, but I like a couch.
Sam Show saying, Johnny, you already have MS. It couldn't get any worse. Well, yeah, it could.
Yeah, it could.
It could get
Liver
worse.
failure, I would argue, is worse.
Is it? Is that what we're going with today? Is that our controversial take of the day? Liver failure is worse than just having MS?
Yeah, because like MS, you can at least like endure it for a while, as I've certainly proved. But liver failure is kind of one of those things where if they don't fix that problem right away, that could be bad.
You're saying the liver is a very necessary organ.
Seems to be important.
Controversial take. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, Tim doesn't know tech enough to control black people. Wait, what? Forgive me, that looks a little Mad Libish to me as it's up on the screen there. Tim doesn't know tech enough to control black people. And by the way, I don't know when black people became one word and we just dropped the E, but it's good to know. I appreciate it. Boys and girls, we're only 210 away. We can do this. We need to rally right now. Let's go fucking ape shit. Let's go bananas. Everybody jump in. Let's do $100 in the next 20 minutes or so, and let's really get this thing down. Buffalo Jockey with $1. And thank you, everybody, for teaming up $1 or $2 at a time. That's great. Let's fucking hammer this 210 away. Let's get off this 2-day losing streak we've had with the morning show, and let's bury that. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says it's impressive how both candidates are trying their best to lose this election. Ooh, I don't know. I think Trump's moves he's been making lately outside of the Hinchcliffe thing. Well, yeah, I guess there's the Hinchcliffe thing, but like outside of that, like the Rogan stuff and J.D. Vance at the debate, like I think they've been on a little bit of a roll, to be honest.
I think J.D. Vance is really the biggest sandbag he has just because they can always get him with the fucking cat lady shit.
You know, he hasn't bitten on the cat lady thing in a while, though. I got to say, he's doing a little better with the cat lady stuff. Bad news for Kamala Harris today in the newest polls. Trump up in Wisconsin, Trump up in Pennsylvania, Trump up in Nevada, Trump up in Michigan, Trump up in Arizona, Trump up in Georgia, and Trump up 3 points in the general election, according to Atlas Intel and their 1,500 likely voter poll. And also news yesterday out of the campaign, Kamala Harris is pulling millions of dollars in ad spending in North Carolina. That's usually a sign. Pulling it.
So they either think they have it locked up with all the shit that's going down, or they think they can't win it and it's a waste of money.
Well, they're doing it in response to a surge of Republican early voters. So apparently in North Carolina, they're getting more Republican early voters than they thought.
Oh, it seems like this whole hurricane thing happened, and a bunch of Republicans like, they don't want us to vote. Well, let's get our ballots in now.
Yeah. So, it just keeps getting worse. Every day numbers come out, it seems, for old Kamala
That's
Harris.
again where I'm like, how do they steal it? Like, it's getting to the point now where, like, yeah, even if you turn your head and squint and lie and skew the data, it's still getting to the point where it's like, I still don't think you can slide this turd across the line and nobody calls bullshit.
Yeah. By the way, one last thing from that PlayStation Madden, Xbox, I'm sorry. The Xbox Madden showdown between Dude Bro Tim Walz and Total Cool Girl AOC. This fucking cringe tweet, who if you know football, you know this just sounds retarded. Tim Walz, who I'm sure didn't tweet this, said AOC can run a mean pick six and I can call an audible on a play. And we both know that if you take the time to draw up a playbook, you're going to use it. Johnny, I know you're not the biggest football guy in the world, but every football fan watching this show realizes what Tim Walz just did, and that is he just took a shitload of football jargon
and just word saladed it in there?
He Kamala'd it into a tweet. This would be like me, okay, let's say we're playing a baseball game trying to appeal to younger voters. AOC can run a mean bunt, and I call a sack fly on a play. And we both know if you're going to give out steal signs, you're going to run. What he just said means nothing. First of all, you don't run a mean pick six. A pick six is when you get an interception and you run it all the way back to the end zone for a defensive touchdown. That's it. So you don't run. It's not like there's a play in your playbook called pick six. And I can call an audible on a play. Now, an audible is just changing the play at the line of scrimmage. I mean, it's one thing to try doing this Twitch thing to try and draw an audience. It's another thing completely to fail this bad at it.
It's just so obviously pandery.
Yeah.
Like again, I don't know if anyone ever looked at AOC and thought football fan, but I certainly never did.
No, I don't think so. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, you may be right. I honestly don't care who wins. It's just entertainment to me when it comes to these campaigns. I think this one matters a little. There is quite a difference between what's going to try to get done between these two.
Mm-hmm.
Trucker 18 Wheeler with 199 said, I'm going to early vote tonight. Oh, cool. I guess I'm just an old man. I'll vote on election day. I'll just do it then. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, yeah, that makes 0 sense. Yeah, none of that made any sense. It was all just a bunch of horse shit.
Well, you know, football fans are so fucking dumb. They'll never get it. They'll just go, those are my words. I'm going to vote for them. Durr.
Hey, if he says draw play, I'm going to vote illegally twice. If he says,
I swear, if AOC says hut hut, I'm gonna come.
If he says screen pass, I'm digging up my grandma and she's voting for Tim Walz. Don't worry, the Democrats are already doing that for you. Nana's Clam says, dude, I literally call it sports ball and I know what a pick six is. Exactly. Chips and Dip says, wait, his playbook was to end the game 0-0?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, ending a game 0-0. Is that like that liberal attitude of like, we can't have a winner and a loser because that'll make somebody feel bad?
Probably.
That could be it. All right, guys, we're slowly but surely getting down there. 205 away from today. 205. Jeff with $10 over on PayPal. All right,
Thank
guys,
you.
Now's the time to attack. We're under $200. 195 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can get big ones in there. Oh, God. God damn it. Why do I say things like that? Let's see if we can get some big drops in and get to 100, maybe 150 by 9 o'clock. We've got 13 minutes to do it. Thank you guys very much. If you're in the chat, hit like, hit subscribe. That's free to do, and we appreciate those contributions as well. Let's go. Thank you for the contributions. Keep them coming. $20 at a time, and we'll be out of here in no time. You know, I love when a conspiracy comes together, you know, because it makes you feel not crazy. And nowadays, that's all you're asking for. Like, you know they're going to fuck you over. You know everything's biased and rigged. But at least when you see it, you know, at first when you see it, people go, no, you're crazy. That's insane. But there's a genuine satisfied feeling when you said, you know, I understand Corey Adam now. You know, when you're screaming at the top of your lungs about something and people going, all right, Walrus, man, you're fucking insane. And then 6 months later, they go, oh, by the way, this is the thing. It's got to be a very vindicating feeling when, you know, when that happens for you. This Eric Adams thing in New York City, I really do find this one of the most tragic political stories of the year. Because,
you mean the great mayor of New York who could do no wrong until he called out the whole immigration thing really ruining his city?
Dude, this is like a mob hit where it's like done right out in the open, or the Kennedy assassination, where they like just blow a guy.
Like I said, mob hit.
Well, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Or Bell helicopter, you know. But it's just what they did to Eric Adams. Everyone at the same time went, holy shit, they just fucking whacked that guy right in front of us. Like, that's not, you guys aren't even hiding it because, yes, as Johnny said, Eric Adams was the media darling when he took over as mayor of New York. Remember, he was going to fix crime. He was going to fix homelessness. He was a Democrat who had some balls. He was a new age Democrat that wasn't going to take any shit. Well, then New York started just piling their state full of illegal immigrants. Hotels, apartment buildings, motels, hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. Migrants are just taking over everything. Committing crime on the street. They've got to have curfews. I mean, it just is a fucking disaster. So Mayor Adams then goes, yeah, the whole illegal immigration thing here in New York's a fucking disaster, and we really need whoever's president to get a hold of the border. Democrats aren't supposed to say that during an election because Trump's the do something about the border candidate. So it looks like you're going against your party and complimenting Trump when all Eric Adams is trying to do is do what's best for the city he was elected to run.
Because the people in that city aren't really big fans of what you guys are doing with all of the illegal immigrants, especially the homeless and the veterans who are all like, hey, we voted for this guy because he said he'd take care of us.
Right. So this guy then tries to take care of his people by going, hey, would be nice if we could do something about this border. So then whoever's in charge, whether it was the federal government got him? Yeah.
Yeah.
The federal government goes, well, fuck you, pal. We're bringing you up on, what was it, corruption charges?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just like, what the but he's your guy. Like, you like him. And like, talk shit about immigration, bro. Talk shit, get hit. That's what happens here. So now, not only is Mayor Adams being charged with crimes, but his staff has had to resign. Some of his staffers are being threatened, all because this dude will not play ball. Well,
it's weird. The same New York judicial system that found Donald Trump guilty of all that stuff in a completely fair and legit trial.
Yeah, that same New York, fair and balanced New York. Well, here's where this is backfiring on New York and the federal government and Kamala Harris. It seems like Mayor Adams now feels like he has nothing to lose.
Oh boy!
And
did he release tweets?
No, he did.
I got the DMs. I was a mod for the Democratic Party.
Look at what a fucking hypocrite this piece of shit is. It's like, I will say this: those Kalea tweet or DMs that she released, and she released more yesterday. Since you brought it up, you fuck. This Eric Adams. Before we get to the Eric Adams thing, it is weird knowing the person because, like, those DMs get exposed and people are like, wow, he's a lying fucking phony piece of shit who's only in it to save himself. And I'm like, yeah. So, like, I know him. So when that came out, everyone, it was a revelation to a lot of people. And I had to kind of see it through their eyes because to me, all this stuff is coming out and I'm going, guys, didn't I tell you this 6-7 months ago? I lived this. This is how he is. This is the guy he is. I have been seeing, and I'm not trying, there but for the grace of God go I. But, like, watching the public opinion of me shift over the last 6 months, I'm not going to pretend it's not satisfying. To going from people going, well, if you believe him or if you do this, to watching everything I've said come true and watch everything I've said be proven true. To my, the CM Punk line, me saying, tell me when I'm telling lies, and me fucking crushing it. And people seeing it. And I love that it's made the steel toe Reddit style haters seethe. I love that. I love that it's made me more positive. But now watching people go, now they're quoting me as just a source. They're quoting me as just a matter of fact, which is nice. Because you remember when I was bitching 4 or 5 months ago when I was like, these people go, Aaron, with the caveat, if you believe him. And I'm like, fuck you if you believe me. What have I not hit on yet? What have I not fucking knocked out of the park? And now people are starting to see that. Makes me feel good. So when these DMs come out and people go, oh, yeah. They're like, oh, holy shit, this guy really just lies constantly and makes shit up. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I've been telling you. Well, then he couldn't help himself. And yesterday, he DM'd her.
Oh, no.
And again, like, this motherfucker just cannot see himself. He can't see what he does. It's unfortunate. It's a prison. Like, his brain is a prison, unfortunately. And it's just got to be hell being him because he's watching the public opinion about him be unanimous and correct. And not only does he fight against it, I don't think he can see it. I don't think he has the power to see what he does.
You keep stepping on this mousetrap, man, and you're surprised when it snaps and it hits your foot.
Right. Like, I sit here and I talk about it and I go, I'm ashamed of myself. I was a piece of shit. I was human fucking garbage. That was a massive mistake.
And then this happened.
Yeah, and then I did all this. And I'm sorry. And I take all the shame. I take all the ridicule, whatever. I get it. 100%. So he sends DMs to this woman and he's blaming her for leaking them. He goes, wow, real class move. Real Christian of you. And she's like, dude, you've been acting like an unmitigated piece of shit publicly. Like, you've been going after people who supported you for a long time. So I felt like, you know what? Got to expose this guy if he's going to keep lying. And that's what she did. He kept lying and she went, well, I have receipts that this guy's full of shit and he's hurting people. And so I just, and then she goes, and then she's like, the devil has a hold of you, blah, blah, blah. He's like, leaking DMs, real fucking Christian of you. And, I got to say that Kalia, or whatever her name is, she's really good because she didn't take the bait. She's just like, I'll pray for you. And it's like, that's a class move right there. So, yeah, he couldn't help himself but respond. Buffalo Jockey with $10 says, let's go. Let's go indeed. Sneed Dave Williams with $5 says, starting my day late, but saw that Stoney's has expanded their advertising campaign and thought of you. Yeah, we saw that today, didn't we, Johnny?
Yeah, somebody in the omnibus was Stoney's.
Oh, God. Buffalo Jockey says, I thought it was moronic for southern states to send migrants up north, and it was a dumb stunt. I was proven wrong. I have no problem eating crow. Well, thank you guys very much for those contributions. That puts us 180 away from today. Keep it going, boys and girls. We can do this. We can break the losing streak today. Thank you so much. $180 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you. Keep her going. Your 10, your 20 makes a huge difference on this program, and it does not go unappreciated. All right. So let's see what an Eric Adams with nothing to lose looks like. This is the danger that, when you punish a guy and you're going to try to get him to fall in line, you got to do one of two things. You either got to make him fall in line or you got to get him. You can't just take half measures. And then
you can't leave him wounded in the street where he might have a grudge.
Yeah, where he might stand up and then start screaming shit about you. So Eric Adams says this immigration is fucking bullshit, which proves that he has no control over any of this. And people are doing this to him. He says this immigration thing is bullshit. We need to fix the border. And they go, well, we'll fix you. And they throw him up on a federal investigation. Now he's got nothing to lose. And he's going for it. Johnny, in this last week of the election, what's the media and the Harris campaign's message on Donald Trump?
Fascist, Hitler.
Fascist.
Horrible criminal.
Yep. Fascist, Hitler, Nazi guy. Well, here's the mayor of the largest city in America, a Democrat, and his take on Donald Trump.
They're talking about these real problems we're having. And with all that's going on to everyday New Yorkers, we're asking questions that is someone a fascist or is someone a Hitler. That's insulting to me. That is insulting. And I'm not going to engage in that. Everyone needs to turn down the rhetoric. Because after Election Day, we still have to be the United States and not the divided states. And so if people can't understand there are real issues facing New Yorkers, and I just find it just humiliating that what everyday mom and pops are doing and going through across this country, that here we are having this conversation about this silly item. So if you...
Wow, dude, he's off the reservation. This is the fuck you.
Yeah, he's doing everything but saying fuck the Democrats, because if you're paying attention, there really is only one side that's really pushing the fascist, Hitler, destroy the country. Most other people are just saying Kamala Harris is too dumb to be in charge. That's the number one criticism. Like, this lady's too dumb to do anything.
Yeah. But yeah, it's clearly only one side. It's like the Republicans would be dumb if they started calling their own guy Hitler.
Or if they started calling her Hitler or a fascist.
Yeah, they're not calling her Hitler or a fascist or anything like that. But this is a guy who normally in an election, he would be one of your lapdogs. He would be one of your guys. But you fucking humiliated him. And you brought him up on charges, and he feels he has nothing to lose. So I don't even know if Eric Adams actually feels this way. He might feel this way. But this is also a giant fuck you to the people who hit him but didn't kill him. And if you're going to go after a guy and you're going to wreck him, you better wreck him.
You better not miss.
Paid in that. I'm going to fight for New Yorkers like I've done for years, and whomever can understand that, they're not in the streets. When I'm at these town halls, talking to people there, they're not asking me these silly questions. We are in this bubble. And I know you guys really believe these stories you're writing. It gives you a lot of clicks. It's exciting and give you headlines.
Dude, Eric Adams is straight up machine gunning people right now. Eric Adams is just going after everyone who, and I understand it. Like, he's going after everyone who hailed him as the conquering hero when he got elected. The media, the Democratic Party, they all fucking turned on him for giving an honest opinion.
For caring about the people who got him elected because he kind of wants to, I don't know, continue to be the mayor.
And now he's shitting all over the politicians, quit calling Trump a fascist. It's not important. These aren't the big issues. And then telling the media, you live in a bubble. I know you think you believe the things you write, but they're bullshit. This guy, I love that. I love that this guy has had it. I think he's reserved to the fact that whatever they're going to charge him with, they're going to make stick, whether he's guilty or not. And he's like, if I'm going down, I'm going to go down just firing at these fucking people. Because remember, it's not the Republicans that fucking did Eric Adams in. They're not the ones, crucifying this guy. It's his own party.
In fact, the Republicans have been loving him because he's been coming out about his own party kind of fucking things up. They have to just do nothing, and he works even better.
All this does is prove that when you do shit like this to people, it's kind of the shake test. It tells you if they've got balls or not. And Eric Adams has big fucking balls because they did this to him and he had a choice, get in line or go down swinging. And he's going down swinging, and that's an admirable move.
A lot of clicks. It's exciting and give you headlines. But this is not what New Yorkers and Americans are dealing with, folks. They are scared of their future. Someone needs to stand up and say, enough of this. Tone down the rhetoric. Let people hear the facts. Let them vote. And let's decide what the next 4 years are going to be for our city. And that's my position. I cannot make it any clearer.
I mean, I like the guy.
Yeah, but there's just one problem with his plan. I mean, the facts are that the Harris campaign is just really regurgitating everything the Trump campaign says it's going to do, and I don't believe them.
And not only that, but like they're never going to let him get anything done. They're not going to let anything get done with this guy.
With Trump or with Eric Adams?
Eric Adams.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to let him get anything done. Optic Nerve says, fuck Eric Adams. That's what they're doing. Like, if your position is fuck Eric Adams, don't worry. You're winning. They are screwing this guy into the ground for sure. Anonylast says he's totally voting for Trump. I think so.
That was everything but a Trump endorsement, really.
I mean, it was definitely, he probably meant it more as like a condemnation of like a fuck you to the Democrats more than a help Trump. But I think what you're watching is him not giving a shit.
Yeah.
He's had it. Los Federales with $1 says, today at about 1:30 p.m., my second daughter will be born. Time flies, man, but I couldn't be happier. Congratulations, Los Federales. Congratulations on that second daughter, buddy. And I hope everything goes well today. And you and the missus are home very soon with your new bundle of joy. Thank you, guys. 180 away from today. About an hour left. Throw in your money. Get it done. Let's break the losing streak, the massive L's that Steel Toe has been taking so far during the morning show this week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. It's all pinned to the top of the page at whatever chat you're on. Go ahead and throw in. We appreciate you guys. Keep it going. Let's get it knocked out. 180 away. If we get some good drop-ins here, we can get this thing. I really, really want to win today. I believe in you guys. I think you can do it. I think we've earned it today. I think we've really been working hard for you. And I really hope you plan on giving us a couple of bucks, keeping us afloat, keeping us going the way you have. Appreciate you. Thank you. Keep her going. Those $5-10 at a time are really adding up. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Go to midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland have a great selection of knives, optics, parts and gear, anything you need for hunting, for personal protection, whatever. They've got it at Midland Armory. Go see Derek and Tracy today, midlandarmory.com or Midland Armory in downtown Foley. If you have any questions, you need some education, they've got it for you. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, of course, with All Care, they have a great selection of trucks and wreckers to handle your small vehicles to heavy-duty equipment, and they are there quicker than anybody. So whether it's in the ditch, breakdown, accident, whatever the case may be, nobody better than All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And Johnny, the star of the Omnibus, they sponsored the Omnibus hearing yesterday, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, join our friends at Stoney's for the Vikings games, the Timberwolves games, any game there is. They got TVs all over the place. The best Bloody Marys in the area, in the country, anywhere. Go check it out. Beers, cocktails, pizza. Check it out at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Go to Stoney's and see Cheetos today. They bring you not only Steel Toe, but they also bring you Omnibus hearings.
So did they play the Omnibus hearing on one of the TVs? I would have gone down there, man. Have Bloody Mary and an Omnibus hearing. That would have been great.
That would have been fun. Well, you know, we do have. I did talk to Cheetos about possibly doing our election show.
Okay.
Down there on Tuesday. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that just because of my schedule with the kids and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure about that one. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, bring back Matt if you want to win. I do. Honestly, my heart can't handle, my stress level can't handle wondering what I need to do. I'm just going to do the best show I can and ask you guys to let me keep doing the show. That's all. That's the best I can do. And if the best I can do doesn't get it done, then I have to go find something else to do, unfortunately. But I think I do a good enough job. I think this show is good enough to stay alive. We just need your contributions and your donations. And we're 180 away. We can do this. We just have to get on it right now. We've taken enough L's the last 2 days that I know if we don't get this thing down, we're going to lose again today. So I think if we get started right now, we can get this thing knocked out. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Consider throwing in a couple of bucks. You're the best. All right. Speaking of conspiracy theories that come true, this fucking McDonald's hit job. After Trump went and made fries at McDonald's. I mean, this is how petty things are getting. And thank God we've only got a week left of this shit. They made up a story about E. coli all over McDonald's.
Yeah. Supposedly there's a huge E. coli outbreak with McDonald's. Can't eat at McDonald's. Dangerous.
Right. So just the day after Trump went to McDonald's and it became the most ridiculously over-reported story there was, then yeah, all of a sudden the media goes, oh, you guys wouldn't believe it. Fuckload of E. coli at McDonald's. Oh my God, it's just terrible. It's like the media and the political powers that be wanted to punish McDonald's for one of their franchisees daring to let Donald Trump run the fry machine for a little while. I mean, it's all getting silly. I mean, the E. coli thing, I have a hard time believing that it was ever a problem. Now they're and by the way, they're reporting this as front page news, where a story like this would never be front of the website news before all of this. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. But CNN is now keeping it up, reporting yesterday, McDonald's has a plan to win back customers after visits plunge. And you know, the thing that's really shitty about this is that it was a franchisee who owns McDonald's in Pennsylvania. And they're going to decide to punish every McDonald's that there is. Now, people know this, that McDonald's is not a monolith, that McDonald's is not just Ronald McDonald owns everything. It's owned by small business owners for the most part. And they franchise.
It's a big corporation.
Well, they franchise out the name McDonald's and they lease the land from McDonald's. And, you know, it's all in the movie The Founder. McDonald's is in the real estate business, not the restaurant business. McDonald's is one of the largest real estate holders in the entire world. That's how they make most of their money. So when the media decides, we're going to fuck McDonald's, man, we're going after McDonald's because Trump ran the fry pad there, all that does is fuck over people who had nothing to do with it.
But at least it's so subtle nobody notices. I mean, it's not like it was a knee-jerk reaction where one day we see Donald Trump at a McDonald's and the next day, McDonald's fucking sucks.
It is weird. Well, what was the bean and rice and Mexican food company that endorsed Trump and then immediately they just started attacking that business? Goya Foods. That was it. Goya Foods. They were like, Trump rules, Trump's awesome, and they sent Trump a bunch of Goya food stuff. And then people are like, yeah, fuck Goya Foods. Did you know that they're pieces of shit and they probably still think slavery's good? And you're just like, guys, come on. Can we
all think slavery's good? I mean, what?
I don't think that's the message we're trying to. But yeah, like, if you just work with Donald Trump in any way, shape, or form, like this is the desperation we're seeing, we're going to get you. You know, it's the Eric Adams thing. It's everybody. It's just they're so afraid of this guy winning that they're not even hiding the fact that they're pulling bullshit. Real quick, we got any rally that comes in, I'm reporting it. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, I was just being a smartass. Sorry. Well, don't apologize. It was funny. Buffalo Jockey says, why even war McDonald's at this point? They serve pure garbage. I like McDonald's. I enjoy their food. I know a lot of people in the chat are just going to go, oh, we fucking know. 175 away from today. Keep those 5s and 10s coming. This can be done. You have no idea how bad I want to break this curse of this losing streak. PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Keep it going, guys. 175 away. Help us break this streak and keep our show going. We appreciate you so much. Positivity all around. Let's make it work. Americans around the country, this is CNN reporting this now, avoided McDonald's last week after an E. coli outbreak left dozens of people sick. Dozens. You understand McDonald's serves millions of people around the country every fucking day. And you're going to sit here and go, oh, yeah, 30 people got sick. And those people who got sick claimed it was from eating McDonald's. So, oh my God, McDonald's has a serious PR problem. Right. It's the 30 people who got sick, maybe or maybe not from McDonald's. It's not the fact that you guys beat a fucking drum and a dinner bell and went, hey, everybody, some people got the shits from Mickey D's. That had nothing to do with it. It also didn't have anything to do with Democrats around the country probably being salty about Trump working there and not going last week as like a form of protest. It's just...
Yeah, but I mean, it also went the other way where there are people... Like, I'll admit, I actually went to McDonald's last week.
Sure.
Just because, like, fuck them.
Well, but it's all just so fucking catty, you know? It's all just so bitchy and catty that they're like, people avoided them like the plague. Is this it for McDonald's? It's like... Of all the things you guys are going to try to destroy, you're aiming pretty high there. I mean, you couldn't even stop the Republicans from voting in North Carolina. Now you're going to take down McDonald's? On Wednesday, the day after the E. coli outbreak was announced, customer visits to McDonald's dropped 6.4% across the country and 24% in Colorado, where the outbreak was most prevalent. I would like to see the numbers. I feel like McDonald's can rise and fall by 6.4% easily every week.
Yeah.
More customers stayed away from McDonald's in the following days. By Thursday, visits to McDonald's dropped 9% nationwide and 31% in Colorado. Wow, it's almost like the more you guys screamed about this E. coli shit,
the more people didn't go to McDonald's.
Interesting. That's my favorite thing about the media is when they beat something to death and they cover it extensively and dishonestly, and then they go, wow, would you believe more people were talking about this and paying attention to it? We have no idea how that happened. Yeah, and I'm with Trucker 18-Wheeler. Thank you for the $1.99, buddy. He says, who doesn't get the shits from McDonald's? Right. If you start shitting your brains out from McDonald's, how do you know what's E. coli and what's just, you had a little too much food? How do you know? Well, because Trump worked there. So it had to be the food. McDonald's declined to comment on the data. On Tuesday, during McDonald's quarterly earnings call, Finance Chief Ian Borden said there has been an impact in the U.S. business as a result of the food safety incident, and sales and customer visits dropped. But the company believes the worst is behind it, and it has strategies to win back customers. Yeah, like the next time Trump comes in, they're just going to try and keep it low-key. And I know maybe I'm being a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but I do think that this E. coli story conveniently came up right after the Trump thing happened, and if the Trump thing hadn't happened, we wouldn't have seen it.
Well, I mean, I thought that too, but then I would have to think, like, when have we ever seen the CDC mislead us in their own personal interest?
Yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right. I'm being ridiculous. You're right. I am being a conspiracy theorist. It's got to stop. I've got to fucking chill out a little bit. Now I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry, guys.
Straight shooting CDC. Yeah. Never done wrong.
That's their nickname, actually. Thank you very much to Buffalo Jockey for another $1. Keep it going, guys. We need you. I haven't had McDonald's in over 3 years. Diet is important. Oh, man, if I didn't eat fast food and shitty food, I'd be in a much better place health-wise. It is bad for you. It's very bad for you. That's true. Los Federales says E. coli should be the last of your worries. My uncle, who has been illegally in Texas for the last 35 years, way to rat out your fucking uncle, works the produce farms. Instead of going to the bathroom, they just piss and poop on the produce. Yeah, I've heard about that, how there's like fecal matter on the lettuce. Have you ever heard that?
No.
Yeah, there's shit on your lettuce, and that's why there's every once in a while there's an E. coli outbreak due to lettuce. And it's because the lettuce wasn't washed properly and some lettuce picker shit all over it. You didn't know about that, huh?
I mean, you guys are in a field. You can't just dig a hole and put that in there, a little fertilizer, maybe help the next crop. I don't know, just right on the lettuce, huh?
I mean, I appreciate the work ethic. You know, working hard. You don't want to take a bathroom break. You're trying to get the job done. But if you could not shit in my condiments, yeah, I don't feel like I'm asking for a lot, quite frankly. Guys, thank you very much for those contributions. We need more. 175. Let's get it done. I love you. Positivity all around. Let's get it fucking going. You have no idea how bad I want to stop losing in the mornings. Not even for haters' sake, because they're going to say that I just fake donos anyway if we do end up knocking it out. So send in your fake donos, of course. But just for me, just for my peace of mind, everything surrounding this show has been going great lately. But, you know, the Jew in me says the only thing that gauges success and how good this show is whether or not we're making the money. And we're not. And I want to see that get fixed. So throw in 175 isn't too far to go. Hit that PayPal, hit that Venmo, hit those Super Chats, hit those Rumble Rants, and then you don't have to hear me talk about it, which benefits all of us. Eventually, they're just going to have to start giving all kids in schools A grades and fail all the kids who don't cheat. Because with AI and smartphones and everything else, we should have the most intelligent kids of all time, shouldn't we? And I think in many ways
well, they
we
should
do.
seem as the most intelligent.
Yeah, I think in many ways we do have the smartest young generation we've ever had. And I think that's a good and a bad thing. Good in that they know a lot of shit that we didn't know when we were growing up, but bad in that I feel like they're growing up too fast. Like they're not getting to be kids long enough. They're, you know, them knowing more and them knowing technology and being smarter means they find out about more things.
Well, yeah, because nobody screens the internet.
Yeah. So on one hand, I think we do have the smartest kids ever. On the other hand, I think that's, in a weird way, a bad thing. But I think we should be encouraging the use of AI. You know, schools have always had this aversion. And I think this is a weird authority problem that teachers have. They've had this aversion towards kids taking the shortest route to learning something. You know, like they say, hey, here's your project on Napoleon, but don't use AI. It's like, why not? If AI spits the answer out at you and you read it and you have to learn it to present it anyway, that's fucking awesome.
Do you really learn it, though? Do you retain the information or you just read it off the page and go, job done?
I will respond with this. Do you really retain the information when you do it the old-fashioned way?
Some of it, yeah.
Maybe. But I think if you have to give a presentation on anything, you kind of learn the stuff. You know? At least a little, right? Maybe I'm being a little Pollyannish about this. That could be true. But, like, now in Massachusetts, parents are suing a high school after the student was punished for using AI on a history paper. Now, I think anything that makes the kids do better work, anything that gets them the knowledge they're looking for and teaches them, you know, how to use their time wisely, I think that should be rewarded. You know, but I think some of these teachers are like, well, we had to show our work. They should have to show that. I think there's a lot of like intergenerational hatred.
That's why they hated the calculator, because they had an abacus, the fucking bastards.
Dude, I think so. I think we got those TI-84 or whatever they were calculators.
Yeah, Texas Instruments TI-84 or 81. Yeah.
Yeah. So and they wouldn't let us use those. And it's like, but this is a resource. Like, I've always said this.
I want to play Brick Breaker, motherfucker.
I've always said this. You got to use an abacus, which was the counting shortcut instrument of your time. This calculator is now the shortcut instrument of their time. They should get to use it just like you did. AI is now the shortcut learner of our time. Let them use it. You know, instead, like, do your math problems by hand and work out the answer. Who the fuck does that anymore? Like, let's be honest. When it comes to the real world, all of your banking shit, all of this stuff, it's on an app on your phone. You know, when you need to learn how to divide something, you just punch it in. So, like, if you get to use it in the real world, I feel like you should get to use it in school.
The only thing is then you become too dependent on it. And what if people start changing things so in the real world 2 + 2 = 5? Then we're fucked because nobody knows how to do it without it.
Or yeah, I guess. Or like men become women and women become men.
Yeah.
That whole two genders thing really didn't age well, I guess, in the school histories of things. Brian M., thank you very much. 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Fucking go. Yeah. Keep it going, baby. 165 away from today. Break this losing streak. I want to see it. Thanks, guys. 165 away. Band together. Get this thing knocked out. Give us another win for the toe and break this morning losing streak. Chevy JB with $2 says it's not about what they're studying, but how to study. West Coast Patriot Girl says if you can't outsmart the teachers, you should get an F grade. Maybe that, I mean, yeah, I suppose that if they catch you cheating, then you're a shitty cheater. You know, coming from a guy who's been caught cheating before. Thank you very much to Stephanie. Hey, Johnny.
What?
$50 from Stephanie.
Holy shit.
There we go. Holy fuck is indeed right.
Thank you.
115. This is the closest we've been all week to knocking out a morning call. Stephanie, you deserve everything. If I was a dentist right now, you'd be going to the toy chest to get a set of vampire teeth. Thank you very much for the $50. That is huge. 115 away. Guys, strike while the iron's hot. Let's crucify and finish off this goal. Let's cut its throat and watch it bleed out on the floor. Thank you. You've given me a reinvigoration of life. I might go get my Snickers bar pretty soon. 115 away. I appreciate you guys so much. Let's finish her up. So this these Massachusetts parents, Jennifer and Dale Harris, are upset that their son was punished for plagiarism because he used AI on one of his papers. Let's see where I am. Maybe this just shows my personality of like a school cheater. But I want the kids to be able to use AI. I'm going to see if this story emboldens my position or if this story makes me change my mind a little bit, because I'm getting some pushback from you. I'm getting some pushback from the chat. They're like, Aaron, do they really learn anything if they do it that way?
For me, it depends on like how is the AI used. If the AI is used simply to just like solve like time constraints or whatever, like to make things go faster, fine. If you're still providing the information, putting it, but if the AI is writing the paper, like for example, there was a story I did with a guy who was pissed he couldn't get an AI artwork, like he couldn't get it copyrighted or whatever, so people could steal his artwork and they could infringe on his property. He's like, that's my art, I deserve credit for it. It's like, no. You told the computer make a thing, and the computer made a thing. Anybody can type that in, so you can't claim that as your skill. Because everybody has that skill.
No, that's absolutely fair. How about my idea if we just make, how do I put this? Like, do more presentations. Do more where the kids have to show what they learned. Even if they used AI, they have to give the presentation. The words have to come out of their mouths. They have to talk about what they learned. I think that's
fine. Like I said, I kind of on West Coast Patriot Girl side, like, If you're using the AI and you're not getting caught, then you're probably doing it right.
Right, yeah. Use the AI and then shut your fucking mouth. That's the other thing is kids can't stop doing that. You remember high school. We needed to brag to our friends if we found a shortcut. And that's how you get caught. You brag to your friends like, oh, dude, I fucking used AI. And then you talk louder than you think you do. And your teacher hears you and they're not retarded. Like, because now I'm the age that a lot of my teachers were.
Dude, you know the hot teacher with the big tits? Look at the picture I just got, but don't tell anybody.
Right, yeah. That's the other one, yeah. These kids who do shit with their teacher, and then the teacher tells them, well, I guess this is where the teachers are dumb, the sex teachers, where they go, no, don't tell any of your friends. You're like, oh, shit. She goes, what? I just texted like 9 of them. But you just came 13 seconds ago. Yeah, and?
It's called swiping.
No, I had the message printed out already. I was just waiting until I blew my load, and then I'll hit send, you know? It really is like I'm getting to the age that my teachers were at, and it's like, one thing I've been realizing the last 5 or 10 years is that my teachers definitely went and got fucked up during the week and came to work hungover.
Really?
Oh,
just
yeah.
now realizing that?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, in my late 20s, early 30s, I was like, wait a minute. I had a lot of teachers who were about this age. I'm like, they were getting fucked up. And a lot of my female teachers were probably total hoes. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. And the clock is ticking. This case could not only impact his college admissions, but it could have implications at schools across the state.
They told us that our son cheated on paper, which is not what happened.
Jennifer and Dale Harris say Hingham High School teachers, administrators, and the school district have unfairly punished their son after he used AI on a...
By the way, let's go back a little bit. This school definitely has a sex teacher, or at least a teacher the kids want to have sex with. Do you see the evidence? That's the cum post.
I mean, or that's where birds hang out, and it's a lot of bird shit.
I think that's the cum post. You've heard of the cum post. It's where all the kids gather, and they put pictures of that teacher on there, and they just all just jack off. I mean, it could be bird shit.
Attended a lot of these events, have you?
Well, it could be bird shit. You're kind of a weird guy with creepy ideas. So, yeah, I mean, maybe you're right and it's bird shit.
Weird guy with creepy ideas. No. I'm just saying, in my mind, in my world, it's just every night there's a group of kids just all circle jerking it right around that.
But it's not dirty. It's a ritual. You know, they're doing it to celebrate the teacher, where, you know, to honor.
Don't you look at me.
It's to honor the hard work and sacrifice of these school teachers, whereas you're just being disgusting and saying it's bird shit.
They're all coming to the harvest.
Malachi. It wants you, Malachi.
Have unfairly punished.
Oh, look, their fucking mascot is the Gorton's Fisherman. The fuck?
Their son after he used AI on a history paper. They say the high school handbook never mentioned AI until this incident with their son, only adding this language this year.
Oh, that's fucking dirt. That's a dirty move, because now when the parents sue, they can be like, well, look, it says no AI right there.
Yeah, but you added that after the fact.
Yeah, you bastards.
They basically punished him for a rule that doesn't exist.
School teacher Dale and writer Jennifer know the debate around AI. In their lawsuit, they say he only used it as a tool to research, not to write the paper. But the school saw it differently and punished him with detention.
Look, I agree. If you let AI write your paper for you, that's horseshit. But I mean, to do your research and just let AI spit out a bunch of shit at you and then you rewrite it and you have to read it and transfer it.
Was the information wrong?
No, and also, isn't Googling now basically AI? Isn't that the first thing Google comes out with is an AI answer?
Google uses, search algorithms and things. It's the early start of AI.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, when you Google stuff now, it's literally an AI response.
Yeah.
At the top of the thing.
His grades suffered. He was not allowed into the National Honor Society, and now he's at risk of getting into his top choice schools.
Oh, join the club, you fucking dork. Okay, now I'm not on this kid's side. I didn't get into National Honor Society. You know who doesn't get into National Honor Society? Kids who go to parties and have fun in high school. I had one kid who was I had one friend in high school who was in National Honor Society, and he would always go out and party with us. I fucking hated that guy. I really did, because I'm like, I used to accuse him all the time. I'm like, you're cheating. And it was pure jealousy, by the way. I had no evidence that he was cheating on his schoolwork. But I'm like, you do the same shit that I do. But
I'm a tard and you're smart.
Yeah, I'm pulling C's over here, man. I had this great system in high school. And it worked perfect, as you can see by what I'm doing now. I used to just not do any of my homework and ace the tests. And then you'd get a C, C+. Sometimes you'd sneak in a B-. It worked great. And then you'd go to the bottom of my locker at the end of every year, and there's a shitload of finished homework assignments that I just lost and didn't turn in. Looking back on it, my work ethic maybe could have been better.
Tim Robbins is crazy. Look how much he's doing for this role.
This is what Trevor Moore would look like if he would have lived.
Opinion,
race war,
civil rights. They treated him and punished him more severely than other students.
He got a perfect score on the ACTs, and he's looking to go to Stanford or.
No offense. Now I kind of hate their kid, and I want him to lose this case. The fucking do-gooder.
Is he their kid, or they didn't say parents? They said teacher and author.
That's their
but the parents sue over
occupation, yeah. But now I'm confused because I think he should be able to use AI to get his work done, but he's also a fucking do-gooder dork face, so I kind of don't like him. I need to grow up.
I mean, if he's so smart, why did he need the AI?
Yeah, if you're such a fucking National Honor Society Ivy League kid, why'd you need the AI? Ugh, smart guy. That's why I do what I do, and he'll be an award-winning chemist someday.
MIT or some of the top schools, and he's missed the opportunity already for rolling admissions.
Oh no, my son will have to go to Duke. Whatever will I do? Fuck off. It's like, I was sympathetic to this kid, but the more they try to make him look more sympathetic, the more I'm like, okay, who gives a shit? It's like, what did he lose from this? He's going to have to go to Brown or Princeton instead of Yale.
He wanted to attend MIT, but he might have missed their rolling enrollment.
If he doesn't get into MIT, he might have to go to Harvard.
Meanwhile, cut to the inner city, and we're still seeing black people going, I'm gonna go to college.
Yeah. Here's a kid with a 4.0 GPA in National Honor Society in Harlem, and he's shot. Anyway.
Lawyer says this case shows there should be policies around using AI in schools.
There's a wide gulf of information.
Don't mind if I do. Oh, sorry. It's just mad that it's done for the season.
Out there that says AI isn't plagiarism.
Until then, this family wants the school to change course.
I'd also like them to put.
Oh, don't mind if I do. Oh, course. Sorry, change golf course.
Right now, the salt is too fine.
You know what? I got to tell you, on this story, I'd like to take a mulligan if I could. But everybody chip in. We'll knock out today's goal.
Put in place an AI policy that makes sense, that the teachers understand, that they can then articulate to the students.
You can't undo some of these punishments. You already made him redo the paper. You can't undo the Saturday detention that you gave him. But there are some things that you can fix right now and do the right thing.
Dude, I want to go back to high school, and I want to look at this kid with all the shit he's bitching about, and I just want to go, first time? He got in trouble, and he got detention. And I'm like, all right. He'll bounce back, guys. Don't worry about it. Jesus.
They made him sit in a room on a Saturday afternoon. He's emotionally scarred. Oh, God, he's tissue paper.
He's Molly Ringwald in Breakfast Club.
Now, in their legal filing, the school says that they do have policies regulating the use of AI and have spoken to students about how and when to use it. There's a hearing on this case in federal court next week.
See, that just seems like a waste of fucking time for the federal court, doesn't it?
Yeah. But the school is going to double down and go, no, we have a policy. See, we came up with it right after your kid caused this problem. We pulled it out of our pocket like a pocket ball and just kept playing through.
Yeah, exactly. Chevrolet JB with $2 says it's not about what they're studying, but how to study. All right. Tin Man Taylor with $5 says Aaron likes to eat his Snickers upside down so that he can feel the ridges on his tongue. They're nothing if not creative. I'll give them that. All right, guys, that puts us 110 away from today. Finish it off. 110's the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Let's get this thing done. Let's call it another win for the toe, and let's break this giant fucking losing streak that we've been on. 2 of our biggest L's in steel toe history, 2 mornings in a row, but now we're close enough to get there. 110 away, throw it in. We've got 23 minutes left. God damn it, man. I think we can do it. You guys are so awesome. You're so supportive of what we do. Push us through to that last 110. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Finish her off. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, YouTube, Rumble. Feel free if we've been doing a good job today. Cut us in, and let's get a W. I'm starving for that W today. Let's go to the Washington Post thing. Oh, by the way, somebody, SP wrote in and says, I agree with you about AI. Everyone's just going to say, well, she's a simp. But yeah, this is my point. Within reason, work smarter, not harder. I do think there's real world lessons in letting kids use AI, in that it's going to be an advantage in your workplace if you're more efficient with your time and get a good result.
Right. Like I said, it's a matter of how much work is the AI doing, how much work are you doing? That's where literally where it ends for me. It's just I need to know that you're doing the work. Like if the AI is just taking a part that might take you a lot of time and is very tedious, and it's like, hey, how about I, micromanage and throw this job to the AI, and then I just take the meat of that and I use it to do the work I'm going to do. Like, then yeah, who cares? Right.
Yeah. Just let the kids cook, as they say. Next, we got this Washington Post thing. Have you been following the nightmare that's been? You talk about election spazzing. Holy shit!
Yeah, they lost a person. A person quit over them not endorsing Kamala Harris.
They didn't endorse.
They didn't want to endorse anybody.
Nope. And by the way, I like that policy. They said we're a newspaper, we're a journalistic entity. We shouldn't be endorsing people, so we're not endorsing anyone for president. Not only have staff members quit over this, the Washington Post announced that they've had 200,000 people cancel their digital subscriptions by midday on Monday. So they've bled almost 250,000 people because they had the audacity as a journalistic entity to go, we're not picking sides in the election. Now,
vote for who you want to vote for.
To me, I think it was cancerous for newspapers to ever start endorsing candidates in the first place. I don't think newspapers should be telling us who they want to win. So, we kind of put all this poison in our system. And now as the Washington Post tries to suck out the poison, people are like, wait a minute. I kind of got addicted to this poison. I like it. Why are you taking this away from me? And it also, it kind of goes as evidence to what I've been saying during this election is maybe we don't want a better way. We always say we want this, we want that. Maybe we don't.
This is all we deserve.
Because we're awfully entertained. This election's been short on a lot of things, but it hasn't been short on entertainment. And the minute a journal, we're like, oh, we hate the media. The media's crooked. And yes, absolutely they are. You're 100% right. But what happens when we go, okay, well, then we're going to stop doing the corrupt, gross things that you say the media is disgusting for, and then the media loses a shitload of money. It's not just right-wing people they have to think of. When right-wingers go, fuck you, you're biased, and they are. Fuck you, you're crooked and dishonest, and they are. But then they go, okay, we'll try to do things a little more above board and more honest. The liberals they've been catering to then go, fuck you, we're pulling our money. And it's not like the conservatives are going to buy in. You fucked them for too long, so they're not going to subscribe. So at this point, the media has to kind of cater to their corruption or they're going to lose money.
Yeah. You guys kind of made your bed. Now you got to lie in it.
So while I applaud the Washington Post for trying to be more honest, I can also look at them and go, you guys are fucking stupid.
This is hilarious to me. I'm just watching literally the left eating itself. So it's like, okay, you guys go ahead and attack an entity that you love the Washington Post when they put out those articles that you love. See, look, the Washington Post said it. Like, oh, yeah, but that's a bias. How could you say that? They're a news agency. Hey, we're going to be a news agency and not tell you what to think. Fuck these guys, I'm leaving.
Right. It's like that scene in Major League. Good job, Washington Post. Don't ever fucking do it again. It's just, and now it's you made your bed, now sleep in it situation. I get that. I fully understand that, but it's still hard not to feel a little bad for them.
I don't.
Because what's a digital membership for a major market newspaper? $5 a month?
5, 10?
They lost $1 million in a day. And not just $1 million, Johnny, $1 million a month in a day. And all they did was say, we'd like to try being a little more fair. And the response, it was, fuck you, Aaron. By the way, you know who owns the Washington Post?
Who?
Jeff Bezos. So at least he's not going to miss the $1 million a month.
Right?
Wow, man. Cool Boy with $2. Thank you. He says, just popping in to say nonstop wins for the toe. Everybody keeps telling me that. I keep getting DMs with links and tweets, and they go, fuck, another win for the toe. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm with it, man. Thank you very much. But my win today, is that $110 goal staring us right in the face. We knock that thing out, then I'm going to consider it another win for the toe. So pop in, drop in a couple of bucks, and let's get it done. Oh, my goodness. Johnny. Edith with $100. Holy shit. Edith. Stephanie. Who was the one before that? Was it Stephanie with the 50 earlier?
I don't remember.
Edith, all of you. And by the way, everybody from Cool Boy to Numero Uno to Buffalo Joe, everybody who's throwing $1 or $2 in at a time, you got to remember, you guys set this up too. You guys got us in the position for Edith's big $100 drop to help us the way it did. So don't, at Tin Man Taylor, Brian M., all of you guys throwing in 1, 2, 5, and 10, you guys are fucking killing it too. Thank you so much. Everybody working together, and then Edith coming in to smash it out. We're not even going to have a begging segment today. We're only $10 away. Blow it out. Not our assholes. Blow out that last $10, and let's get back on a winning streak. Another win for the toe. Mwah. Thank you, Edith. Thank you to everybody who threw into this show. You guys are the best fucking audience there is. Chevy Fan says, Johnny is so over this job or show.
What?
Johnny, are you over this? That hurts my feelings.
I mean, I'm a little, like, I'm understandably, I'm a little tired, but that's just, that happens on Wednesdays. I have a late night on Tuesdays. It's just kind of the way it goes.
You know, it really hurts my feelings that you're so tired of doing this show. You know, I feel bad when people write that about you and they're like, Johnny's just, I'm like, here's a guy who's fucking working his balls off to fucking get out of bed in the morning. And like, he comes in, he does let me tell you something, a 4.5-hour show is almost impossible to do. Like, it's draining to a healthy person, a normal, healthy person. Like, you saw me yesterday when I got 2 hours less sleep than I usually do. I dragged my ass across the finish line. And then, like, Johnny has, like, you know, I'm saying this like in a positive way, but like multiple sclerosis that has progressed over the years.
Yeah, no, I have relapsing, remitting multiple sclerosis with secondary progression. So even if we stop the relapses, I keep sliding backwards.
Yeah, so like, I mean, you can say, you know, Johnny looks so over this job or this show. I imagine, because I don't know.
He just looks like shit in general.
But I imagine that just being able to do any show, mine, yours, anything, is not a feat, but it's an effort.
It takes some work.
Yeah.
But it's nice. I mean, what am I going to do? Go out and do all this to be a greeter at Walmart? Fuck that. I'd rather just sit in my house.
He's if nothing else, an honest man. An honest man. All right, let's go. This was really funny. Before we open the overtime stories for today, let's do this Kamala bit here from one of her rallies. This is so funny. This isn't like election coverage or anything like that. This is just more of a character study of Kamala Harris. You know how Trump, and I think this comes from his time in pro wrestling almost. You know how Trump will do that thing where he'll be at his rally and he'll just let people applaud him forever?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's like, hey, we're in no fucking hurry to, get this thing started.
Right.
Well, Kamala Harris, she doesn't have a lot of W's lately, and she doesn't have a lot of W's at her rallies. They're not as big as Trump's. They're not as loud as Trump's. Well, she had one in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and she actually got some pretty good attendance. And she got a lot of people there. And man, dude, they were fucking riled up. They were ready to go. And you can tell Kamala doesn't know what to do with legit adulation and adoration and noise, because she took a momentous moment and completely took a wet diarrhea shit all over it. Watch this. This is no interruption on this one.
Okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that. Because it's about all of us. It's about all of us. And listen, I have fought my whole career to put the people first.
The funniest part to me is how it goes from like raucous cheering to crickets because she's a retard. I have never. That would be like, let's say you're a babyface wrestler and you come out and they are like Hulk Hogan were to come out and he's getting a huge babyface reaction in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And he just, instead of letting the crowd just cheer and give him a standing O, you get this. Fuck Ann Arbor, Michigan, brother.
Did he forget what he was doing here?
What you gonna do? I love how I have a microphone, but to be a pro wrestler, I had to grab a remote.
You have to hold a marker in
I
front
have
of
to put a remote in front of I'm shit at this job. Thanks for giving us a win today. By the way, Neil with $10, that's a win. We're back. We're back on the board, baby. Another win for the toe. Thank you. Do you want to watch this again?
I mean, it is kind of funny.
Of course you want to watch this again.
Okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that.
You just watched the move.
I mean,
were they paid to do this? Like, did they get like $20 at the beginning?
I was just going to say that. I was going to be like, I wonder if these people weren't paid to get stirred up. And then when she shit all over it, they went, well, fuck this then. I don't care.
I did the part that I said I would. I did the cheering at the beginning. Nobody said she was going to fucking softball it in.
Dude, that is fucking brutal. I mean... Laughing Lions. Yeah. Everybody screaming and yelling, and Laughing Lions goes, now everybody divide 285 by 3 and shout the answer. Kamala. She's amazing. We want you to be the president. Fuck beans, am I right? What? Sorry, it's almost like Kamala should have followed it up with, sorry, I'm not used to people really reacting to me that way. So she's almost got the Ricky Bobby, like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
She should go with the Tony Hinchcliffe thing. Sorry, I don't normally follow applause.
Yeah, right. I'm used to polite titters. I can really react to those like an animal. Great with that. It's that raucous applause that I'm not used to. Kamala, she's the best. She's incredible. Sieg Heil, right? Was it something I said? I don't.
Kamala. Dead babies. You love them, I love them, we love dead babies, right?
Kamala. End your pregnancy. So what do you guys think about no taxes on tips, huh? Kamala. Montel's cum tastes like gummies. Why did you? Kamala, we have to talk. You really seem to be handling applause poorly. Is there anything we can do to help you with this situation? Yeah, could we go back to the days where you didn't hire my crowds and there were only like 1,000 people in there and I could kind of chill a little bit and just giggle a lot? People are saying another L for the camel. Holy shit, instant silence. Dude, I've never seen a crowd go quiet that quick. Yeah, Ann Arbor, Michigan. God, that would be great. Kamala. Johnny, you start chanting Kamala.
Kamala.
Go Buckeyes! What? What the fuck? That's not how we do this. Kamala. All right, Johnny, one more time for me.
Kamala.
Michigan State rules. MSO with a good point. Aaron, you should be used to it. Happens here all the time. No, that's consistent silence. I never kill the mood with silence. I'm doing what Kamala should do, setting the bar low. That's what it is. Zenman Builds with $5 says, almost another win for the toe. Let's finish this out. No, it's another win for the toe. Neil with $10 over on PayPal giving us the win. So thank you, Zenman Builds. It means that we're $5 into tonight. So thank you very much. Anything you guys throw in is going towards tonight. I love some of these that are coming in. Thomas Michael, who was a steel toe hater, he loves us now. He says, the viral power of positivity, it's infectious. Aaron has become the herpes of the morning. Landers says, if Harris wins, I'll shave my balls and send Aaron the Heron pics. I'm now going to commit voter fraud to make sure Trump wins. I don't need these pictures. Why do I get a feeling that I can't stop the train that's already in motion?
I feel like the pictures have probably already been taken.
I feel like they're going to arrive no matter who wins the election. I feel like this guy's going to snake on this bet. Not that I've accepted it in any way, shape, or form. I'm fighting it with every fiber of my being. All right, to make me happy on a Wednesday, I need to play this one more time. I just need...
Okay, now I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that. Because it's about all of us.
That was her realizing she fucked up and trying to salvage it.
Because it's about all of us. Right. So on election day, write in your name on the ballot box. Just write in your name.
Dude, that's the political equivalent of a comedian going, this guy knows what I'm talking about.
Please clap.
Please clap. Listen to this guy knows what I'm talking about.
I want each of you to shout your own name. Do that. Because it's about all of us.
Am I right? Because you get
it.
She hears it go silent. She's like, fuck, I'm never going to hear that again. I really deep ticked that one. Shit. Maybe I can go catch the Trump rally. I don't know, man. I think they're running out of ability to cheat. Because it's going to be, there's so many states where she's behind. I remember going into 2020, and you guys can let me know if I remember this wrong. I remember going into 2020, Republicans were kind of coping because Biden was ahead by 3 or 4 points in a lot of the polls in a lot of the states. People were just going, the polls are wrong, just like in 2016. But this time, like, Trump's actually winning in the polls. So it feels like he could win these states by even more.
And like in 2020, the thing we had going against Trump, we were all in a relatively decent place. So we felt comfortable.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people who didn't like the way Trump behaved on the public, like, national stage. And so they were disgusted by his mean tweets and his attitude and shithole countries. It's a disrespect to the office and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, now they're like, fuck, he can call Rosie O'Donnell fat every goddamn fucking day if it means my life is a little easier. Let's just fucking go back to the way it was 4 years ago.
Yeah. Thomas Michael says, Aaron believes 2020 was fair. What a cuck. I may be a cuck, but 2020 was not fair. I mean, half right on that one, buddy.
But they were at least close enough to slide it under the wire.
Yeah, I mean, there was bullshit going on with 2020, no doubt. But, like, they were never going to give Trump a chance to prove it. And he even said that on Rogan. He's like, we have evidence. They just won't let us show it. Like, courts keep going, nope, we're not going to let you. But if you go with what the polls that we saw today were, like, this is what the map looks like. Oh, I'm sorry. She's still got New Hampshire. There we go. 330 to 208. I think this would be an even bigger beating than Hillary got.
Yep.
Actually, I think she has Virginia still, too. So there you go. 317 to 221. Still bad. But he was winning Arizona this morning, Nevada this morning. North Carolina, I mean, we talked about it today. Kamala's pulled millions of dollars worth of ads out of North Carolina because they don't like the early Republican voting returns they're seeing.
And it turns out that without electricity, a lot of people aren't watching TV.
Yeah, that too. Pennsylvania, Trump's been ahead for a while now. Michigan, Trump's been ahead. He pulled ahead in Wisconsin this morning in the latest polls that came out. So
I always felt weird that, like, part of Wisconsin is technically part of Michigan.
Yeah, why didn't Wisconsin ever get the Upper Peninsula?
That just seems weird.
Is there a lake in there or no? Like, is
I
that
have
one of
no
the?
idea.
That could be one of the great. We sound so stupid when we do this. I love it. Map of Wisconsin and Michigan. Is there a lake? Is there a river or a lake separating Wisconsin and the Upper No, there's not. Yeah, the Upper Peninsula should be Wisconsin.
Yeah, it just should be Wisconsin.
Huh. Let's start a war. Yeah, Michigan should...
State war.
Yeah, state war. Michigan should be this state that looks like a sandworm popping out of Illinois and trying to
Well,
eat
they go with the
Beetlejuice.
mitten thing, but yeah, whatever. Either way.
Oh, that's right. They do the hand thing. Like, which part of Michigan you point to your hand. And that's
Yeah.
supposed to be. And Detroit is like this one. I think I remember this. Detroit is this one. Right here. Do you know how I know that?
How?
I want to see how big of dorks we have left. Over time, our audience is usually a little bit smaller. I want to see if we have any dorks still in the Rumble chat. The only reason I know that Detroit is here, how do I know that? How do I know the Michigan hand thing and that Detroit is this one? I just want to see how many fucking nerds that we have in this chat. Helgi says, Jesus Christ, Aaron, you can't possibly be this geographically retarded. Fuck you. Yes, I can. I sure can. I can be fucking.
How long have you watched this show?
Yeah, I can be super geographically retarded. Oh no, I'm also finding out I'm a way bigger dork than everybody. Because nobody has any idea how I know that this is Detroit. A professional wrestling tag team in total nonstop action wrestling called the Motor City Machine Guns. You see, the Motor City Machine Guns used to come out and they used to hold their hands up and go like this, that they were from the Motor City. They were from Detroit. So that's how I knew. I learned geography from professional wrestling.
You know, intelligent people.
Right. Smart people. They know what's up. Someone just said, I think Harris will only win 8 states. Nah, because like the Atlantic Seaboard's going to allow her to win at least 8. Like Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland. That's 6. You know she's getting New York and California. There's your 8. You know she's getting Oregon and Washington. That's 10. She's getting Illinois. That's 11. She's getting Colorado. That's 12. She's maybe she won't get Minnesota, so we'll say 12. She may not get Virginia. May not get New Hampshire. She'll get Vermont. That's 13. May not get Maine. May be gettable for Trump. It was in 2016. So I'm going to say the minimum amount of states she gets is 10 or 12. I'm sorry. I think this country's way too divided to get back to like the Reagan or Nixon era where, you know, one candidate won all but one state.
Right.
I don't think we'll probably never see those days again, just because of the way society has ended up forming. All right, let's open up these last hour's worth of stories for your overtime today. Of course, Johnny's going to be on this afternoon at 2 o'clock, we assume, on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. So tune in and check out Just Kidding LLC and Johnny's show today. That's, again, at 2 o'clock. Do you envision being able to go today?
Yeah. I have to make a phone call, and then the paperwork thing I have to turn in, I just have to drop off. I don't have to wait on anybody. So I should be able to do all that, prep a show, and start a show at 2 with no problem.
Awesome. And then I'm back tonight at 7 o'clock. Now, it's technically not Matt's first day gone because Matt never did Wednesday nights. You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to Tuesday and doing an election night stream. And I'm like, fingers crossed, I'm really hoping that we have a winner by the end of the night. But it always makes me nervous when they start reporting when they're like, oh, we may not have a winner for days after the election. And it's kind of like in boxing, they say the longer it takes them to make a decision, they're screwing somebody over.
Right.
I feel like with the election, the longer it takes to get these votes counted, the more probability that they're fucking somebody. You know?
Well, there's just so much stuff leaning into it now where it seems like they're setting it up to be doubted, or we've got stories of people apparently setting ballot boxes on fire, and now you've got other people being like, we want, I think it was Arizona or somebody was like, we want to count all the ballots after they've been voted and reported just to double check. Like, no, we're not doing that. It'll take too long.
Yeah.
Weird.
There's a lot of
can't
weird
double check.
There's a lot of weird shit going on with like that. I think it's Pennsylvania. They were talking about the weird shit with the ballot boxes, and then in Portland, you've got people like setting them on fire.
Yeah, which is weird because the narrative that they're pushing is that it's, you know, the right, like they don't say it blatantly, but they kind of push like the right-wing conspiracy theorists who don't trust the election results. Like these crazy, violent people are doing all of this stuff and are going to interfere with the election. And I'm like, yeah, but it's happening in Portland, Oregon. Is there a large contingent of Trump supporters in Portland, Oregon?
Yeah. What is, I don't understand. But you have to, okay, the thing about Portland, though, you have to understand is this. They're just pretty much anarchists out there.
Like, yeah, they're fucking nuts.
They hate, you know why Portland, you know why a lot of these weird Portland kids hate Democrats?
Because they're not far enough.
Right, they're too conservative. So Portland's got its own set of problems, man. I mean, that's just, there's a reason there was a show called Portlandia making fun of what a fucked up place Portland is. Because I mean, anytime you say that the American Democratic Party is too far to the right, dude. I mean, they want to cut kids' dicks off. I mean, how far left-wing do you have to be? Helgi with $5 says the Democratic Party gets almost as many fake votes as Aaron gets fake donos. Yes. Zenman Builds with $1 says, hey now, it takes a while for Dems to break water pipes and pull Pelican cases of ballots from under the table. I mean, that does take a couple of days, Johnny. in fairness. By the way, 15 into this evening's goal. Thank you very, very much. I wanted to read this while we had time today. I don't know if you've noticed. I'm going to take Johnny off the thing here real quick. Look at this. My Jesse Ventura collection has been finished by Taste Fairy Ialto. Taste Fairy Ialto saw that I had the 2 Jesse Ventura collectibles right here. And he said, I've got an extra Governor Ventura one. I'm going to send it your way. He sent it to us, and now we have all 3 of the collectible Jesse Ventura dolls. It's awesome. And he sent a little note with it that said, I heard you say earlier this week that you didn't have the Governor Ventura doll. Well, here's an extra one I got from an auction a while back to add to the collection. Thank you, Taste Fairy. I'm going to keep that note right there on the backdrop there. Thank you for that, buddy. I appreciate that. That's a cool little display to have back there, and you guys will see it tonight and on Thursday morning and all that stuff. Thank you very, very much. Let's go to, you want a little Pentagon fraud? You want to know where some of your tax dollars are going?
Oh, if the Pentagon does anything, it's not keep track of money. What are you talking about?
It's so evil too, because it's not like they take our money from us and then set it on fire. They literally take this money and they buy shit from private companies and just they steal our money and then just transfer it to a private corporation.
Right.
It's fucking insane, and nobody's ever mad about it.
Like, and then when we ask where the money went, just, I don't know.
I'm not sure. Well, defending freedom mostly. Okay, I get it. Yeah, you're defending freedom. How exactly? You have your rights and support the troops.
All right, how about we start tightening some of those purse strings? What are you, not a fucking patriot?
What, do you hate your country and want troops to get cancer? I'm like, well, I thought the troops were getting cancer because of the munitions you guys use, and then you don't cover their health care. Shut up. Fair enough. One thing we know they're not spending the military budget on is getting timely mental health care for the soldiers.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Well, there's a story that came out yesterday that the Air Force pays 80 times market price for soap dispensers. Now, I don't know how much a soap dispenser costs, but I can tell you that paying 80 times market price is not a fucking accident. Paying 80 times market price for shit like soap dispensers is so that when they pay face value for like bullets and guns, nobody thinks anything of it. But this is their way of laundering money and giving it to their buddies in the private weapons industry by spending it on shit like soap dispensers, hammers, toilet seats, shit like that. Because
you don't think they spent $20 million on a hammer, 30 on a toilet seat, do you?
Thank you. Yes, I was thinking of Jules, what is his name? Julius?
I think it's just Julius. I don't remember.
David, you'd all be dead now if it wasn't for my David. He's got a last name in that. It's very Jewy. Judd Hirsch.
I think it was Jewy.
It was actually Jewy. Well, Jim Norton once said that it was Hebe Kikeberger. Character in Independence Day. There we go. Julius Levinson. Yeah, I knew it was Jewy. Julius Levinson, and they call him Jules.
They brought him in like, all right, now for this part, we just want you to come in here and just really Jew the scenery. Just fucking.
just really Jew it up if you could. So the military spends 80 times more than market price for soap dispensers. And like I know that sounds like a silly thing, but I read this last night and I'm like, I feel like doing a show right now. Like I want to rant. This pisses me off. And I really don't think this is just blind autism, because what it is it's fucking money laundering. Like if you fucking did this in the private sector, you'd be in jail. But they just take our money forcefully, goes to the Pentagon, and the Pentagon just gives it to their friends and doesn't even have the decency to keep an eye on it. They just fucking burn it. It goes from our pocket, it's stolen, and it goes to a private corporation And for what? Like, you could still buy those soap dispensers and you could buy them at market value and then we could have some of our money back. But no, this isn't an accident. People think that the Pentagon is incompetent and they can't watch their money. Yes, they can. They've probably got more accountants than anyone else in the world. They can probably keep track of this shit. It is a promise. It is a backroom deal they've made with the arms companies. And it's true.
They're our accountant. They're the ones doing all the numbers.
Trust me, it's good. But 80 times market price for soap dispensers, it's not like that's just sneaking underneath the wire. They're doing it on purpose because it's basically a scheme. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme where they take our money and they just write blank checks to the military-industrial complex. It's fucking
And then
gross.
they just inflate the debt like crazy. And we've never seen this happen before. I mean, in what was it? In the Iraq war that we went into after 9/11, we didn't see the military give up almost all of the civilian aspect jobs that it was known for having back in the day, like cooking, construction, all that shit. We didn't see them hire Halliburton as a company to bring in everything. Like, we're going to bring in McDonald's and Subway, and we're going to charge you up the ass for all this stuff. But don't worry, we're not charging the soldiers, just you, the American taxpayer.
Right? And it's just, yeah, they hire private, like, kitchen managers and stuff. Like, my grandpa pulled kitchen duty in World War II when he was in the Navy. You know?
I worked with one of the cooks I worked with on the line in Rochester when I worked at the Greenview Grill there. That guy was literally, he was a Navy cook. He told stories about cooking on a submarine when we were slow.
Dude, I just learned very recently something about my grandpa on my mom's side. He's one of those guys who never
Nazi.
My grandpa was in the he served in the army and he lost his. He was in the army and he would never tell anybody about his time in World War II. And he would, like, he told everyone that he was a cook. No, I was just a cook. But he had a Purple Heart. And they said, well, how'd you get your Purple Heart? He goes, I cut myself with a potato peeler. And he never wanted to talk about it. He never wanted to discuss it. And then one night, one of our uncles, not lets it slip, but like says, your grandpa was in this, they didn't call it Special Forces back then, but it was like the OSS or whatever. Like he was, there was a working theory because my grandpa would never tell even his own children much about World War II. And they started putting things together as they got older. And they were like, I think my grandpa, I think he was in the OSS. So we start looking up his service and everything else. We can't find Army records for him. We can't find the Purple Heart thing for him. We can't find like stationing or anything like that. And like, I don't know if it's because so many people served in World War II, you can't get a lot of details, but like a lot of, like, we could find that he was in the service. We found that.
Right.
But nothing specific. And we were kind of like, all right, it doesn't say anything about being a cook or anything like that. And then, there's the, places he had served and stuff like that. And we're like, and they've looked this up more than I have, but I remember they were telling stories about how they're pretty sure that my grandpa was like a behind enemy lines guy. And it's like, okay, that makes sense as to why he wouldn't want to talk about shit. You know, and I know a lot of veterans don't want to talk. Some people want to tell war stories, others don't. But I don't know. I'll keep taking a look. But that was like 3-4 years ago. I found out about this. And Scarface says OSS was the CIA before the CIA. Oh shit. But yeah, like apparently a lot of my cousins and uncles have done deep dives on this. And it's definitely a possibility. It's either that or just records are not very, the record keeping from his time in the service.
Well, both can be true, but that is still just a little suspicious. Like, we can't find like an original intake point or a station point. Like, again, he's saying he was a cook, which is a rather benign job. You can't find one one place where it's like, yeah, no, Staff Sergeant Imholt was cooking the eggs.
Yeah. See, like, here's an article that my grandpa's name is in, and it's about the history of the atomic bomb project. It's like, what the fuck? What do you mean the history, the archaeology of the atomic bomb? And my grandpa's name is in there somewhere. And it's like, what? And my grandpa's obviously served in World War II. So, like, what the fuck did my grandpa have to do with the atomic bomb? But I can't find just, like, regular records. So I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Fauci's Pangolin says, holy fuck, your grandpa was Steven Seagal. Right? My grandpa was in there just going, you knew then, Area 51. And you did nothing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what the deal is with his service, but it's I'm gonna figure it out at some point. Somebody says go to the archives and request his what was it? Go to archives.gov and request a copy of his records. Okay. It's interesting. Laughing Lions calls him Oppenholt. Well, no, his last name wasn't Imholt. It's my mom's side. So I don't know. Rusty Grammer says there's a chance he was in way deeper than just being a cook. That's why it isn't public info. That's what we kind of all thought. Because, like, he got real cagey when you asked him about his Purple Heart. And he changed the stories a few times. He was like, oh, I cut myself on a potato peeler. And then he claims that, like, a friend of his just gave it to him. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like something that happens. And, like, he told another story about how he got his Purple Heart. And it's like, oh, what the...
I want to tell you about this watch.
I'd be damned if a bunch of slopes were going to get their hands on your birthright. And Mr. Beat says OSS was early Mossad. Aaron must be a Jew. Maybe that's the same grandpa that when my parents told them his my name, he said, a goddamn Jew baby. I don't know. Chevy Fan says he was a cook. I found his records. He was dishonorably discharged for serving queso and bread too often. Oh. Yeah, my grandpa called me a Jew baby.
And he wasn't wrong.
He also, actually, this is the audio.
He's such a sociopath. He's so insane. He just couldn't admit to losing.
Sorry, Grandpa. Hey, I have a question, and I haven't watched the new Netflix series that's out there, so maybe I'm just behind. Why the fuck are we talking about letting the Menendez brothers out of jail?
I have no fucking idea.
Is this more single fat white girl shit? Like, because there's no debate. Like, they killed their parents, right?
I mean, that's kind of what I thought was the conclusion, but I guess now people are questioning.
Why? Because I'm guessing if we look into this documentary and who made it, I'm going to guess that it's some dumb fucking white woman. Because these dumb white women with their true crimes, they always want the murderer to be innocent. Like, remember white women were obsessed with Jeffrey Dahmer not long ago?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, okay, if we go, okay, who directed? The first thing when I write who is who owns Pornhub, because we searched that the other day. Who made the Menendez Brothers documentary? The documentary, The Menendez Brothers, was directed by, Alejandro Hartman and produced by Ross M. Dinerstein and Rebecca Evans for Campfire Studios. All right. So we got one woman, but then we've got a Dinerstein, and a Hartman involved with the whole thing. But yeah,
I don't know. Ever since she killed Phil, I haven't trusted her.
But these women, like, they get involved in these projects and they're just totally ready to let total pieces of shit out of jail. It's remarkable how bad of a sense of dangerous bad guys women have. It's like evolution-wise, like, we protected them, and, like, not me and you, but, like, the male of the species was the hunter-gatherer for so long that women developed, like, dog shit survival instincts unless they were protecting one of their children. So they get this thing where they're like, The Menendez brothers were kind of cute, and they've been in jail a long time. We should let them out. Whereas my position on the Menendez brothers was kind of like, I thought this was settled science, and they're right where they belong.
I thought they were two greedy kids who murdered their parents for money.
Yeah. Nana's Clam says the correction system is retarded and it's white women's fault. LOL, hot take, Aaron strikes again. No. Because a year ago it was Dahmer. And before that, that dopey bitch made that documentary trying to make Stephen Avery look like he was an innocent man. She left so much shit out about that case. If you go back and look, Stephen Avery had something to do with that. Stephen Avery was not this poor, innocent, retarded guy that they just picked on. Stephen Avery was a fucking weirdo and a creep before this. He was whacking off in front of women and shit like that. He was a weird guy. And they made this documentary and they cherry-picked their information so they could go, oh, this poor, retarded Wisconsinite. He's such an innocent man. Now, they did put him in jail before for a crime he didn't do. But he was doing weird shit before that. Yeah, Landers says Avery was guilty as fuck. Yeah, of course he was. Of course he was guilty as fuck. But we make a documentary in this country and we're like, we need to free. We never ask questions. We never ask. I thought we would have seen enough Michael Moore documentaries by now to maybe question some shit. But we just get fed, slop and we eat it up and we go, oh, this must be caviar. So, Dive Bar says, how many fat sluts supported the Boston bomber? Yeah, you remember when they put that glamour shot on the cover of Rolling Stone with Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the Boston bomber? Like, look at how pretty he is.
Again, we do this for all the cute guys. Well, I suppose even Dahmer, though, he wasn't cute. But do they do it for any of the women? Like, has anyone come out to say, like, Lorena Bobbitt shouldn't be in jail or shouldn't suffer any consequences, that she was abused and sexually victimized, and so she was just, she was crazy, and she took it out on a guy and took his weapon away.
Oh, who's the woman who shot Mary Jo Buttafuoco? Amy Fisher. Amy Fisher. She was fucking Joey Buttafuoco, and then she goes, Joey tries to break shit off with her, so she goes and shoots the wife. Which, by the way, there could be some parallels. Never mind. The point is, the Buttafuoco thing, you don't see anybody trying to, like, back up Amy Fisher.
Yeah.
And you know what? Anonymous with a great point. Guys do it too sometimes. Although we don't ask that they get released. We just point out that they're fuckable. Like Jodi Arias. All right?
Like, no, I still would, man. I still would.
Right. Like Jodi Arias was guilty as fuck. That doesn't mean she wasn't hot. The problem with women is they see hot guys getting arrested for crimes. Like, I hope he gets free. Like, I didn't want Casey Anthony to be found not guilty. That bitch needed to go to fucking prison.
But if I look at Casey Anthony, I'm like, I probably would.
Yeah, like, I'll get a boner.
Plus, I'm not worried if I have a kid.
Right, just because
Just wait.
You can't say, if the pussy gets wet, you must acquit. Like, that's not how this works. So, like, the Menendez brothers get it. These basic white broads. It's like somebody gets a documentary on Netflix, all of a sudden they have to be sanctified. Anders says, pretty sure I've heard evidence the Menendez were abused and molested. That may be true. That may be absolutely true. They still
That doesn't mean you have to hurt your parents. Look at Aaron.
Wait, what? I thought we weren't. I thought that wasn't going to be. Like, they tell the story about the Menendez brothers as though they're their defense attorneys, and people are like, this all must be true. Governor Newsom weighed in on Eric and Lyle's situation, saying he was told to keep an eye out for them because of the Netflix documentary, and praising Ryan Murphy for producing a compelling show. But I would warn people, that's what it is. It's a compelling show.
Right.
Newsom says he's actually going over parole board recommendations, pardons, and commutations not related to the Menendez brothers, saying this time of year before the holidays is when a lot of that work gets done. Mark Garagos also confirmed what we first reported, that Eric and Lyle's legal team is also planning to ask the judge in their resentencing hearing to change their conviction from murder to involuntary manslaughter. It's just a weird... And didn't these two like lie their asses off once they got caught too? Didn't they make up like all kinds of crazy stories?
I'm pretty sure that was what got them caught.
Yeah. I don't know. I just worry about the fact that people see a documentary and they go, well, this must be true. Instead of like watching a documentary and then going, like one of the first things I do is when I watch a documentary is I type in the name of the documentary and write debunked. And I read that part. Like when everyone was going ape shit over making making a murderer. I was like, wait a minute. Because a lot of it just seemed too, like anytime you're watching a documentary and each episode just fits together perfectly and ties in like an episode of Law & Order SVU, like immediately I go, we're leaving something out here.
Real life isn't that clean.
Yeah. And then you go in and you look and they're like, yeah, they misrepresented. Remember the blood vial with the hole in it? Mm-hmm. They're like, they misrepresented the fuck out of that thing and what all that was. They left out all this other evidence they had connecting Stephen Avery to the crime scene and everything else. It's just wild, man, the stuff we just buy because it was on a documentary. Anonalas says, Aaron, or do this, look up the producers and read their early life. Well, no, one of them was named Dinerstein. I feel pretty
I found a clip, actually. I found some evidence of your, speaking of documentaries, I found some evidence of your grandfather-in-law. I sent it to you on Facebook.
Oh, really? No, my grandfather, not my grandfather.
Grandfather. Well, I thought it was grandfather. Oh, fuck, grandfather on your mom's side. Jesus Christ.
Is this, am I supposed to, is it the message that you sent me?
Yeah, it's the message I sent you on Facebook.
All right, let me open this
I don't know if you want to show it, but you could definitely play the audio. The video is a little hard to look at.
Okay, let's go ahead and see what my grandpa was up to. This is what my grandpa was up to in World War II?
Yeah, as a cook.
Wow. All right, let's check it out. Oh, and then my grandpa tricked that guy into slipping on them. God damn it. But my grandpa's name wasn't Buckman. Or was it?
Once you said it wasn't Imholt, I was like, well, now we can play with this.
People in the chat are saying it checks out. All right, guys, we're done for today. Thank you very much for a great show. We got back to our winning ways and even got $15 into tonight. Thank you so much. Johnny, thank you as well.
You're very welcome.
Another win for the toe. Johnny's back at 2 o'clock. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. We are back here at 7 o'clock tonight. Come and check out the show. It's our final evening show of the week. We are back again at 7. Johnny's back at 2. Bye, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.